Patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, baiting the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. Your props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my trap. Cause we running through the swamps, don't we take what we want. Champion, living some 50 gang, what we own. Man, through the door, flat line, like you up. Always getting what we want, but it never is enough.
My methods are only controversial to those who lack imagination.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient, we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your bag. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I climb to the top, no matter the toll. I'm throwing out cans, I'm betting you won't. Peacekeeper making you dance, you know I'm the GOAT. Champion squad, every time that we go, this legend control. I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Yeah, hey, I climb to the top.
I climb to the top, no matter the toll.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Wednesday, and it is Intel Week on Series E. My name is Yeso, as always, your host, and so excited to be back again today. We saw tons of action last night. Benchwarmers coming out on top, and Team Intel following that up in second place during their sponsor week, and plenty more action here tonight. We have some of the best pros from all across North America coming to compete with our partnered teams, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. Now, for those of you that are new, Series E breaks down like this. Okay, Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those teams have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and each player now makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday, just like today, against some of the best pros from all across North America. Now, if you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA, or you can use ! sign up in Twitch chat right now for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, as I mentioned, 6 games ahead of us tonight. We've got the likes of G2, TSM, XSET, all of these big names coming out to compete with our 9 partnered squads, and I'm certainly looking forward to that. But before we get to that, we have my favorite pre-show here. We're going to play some Deal or Steal, and I've got a couple of very, very special guests ready to join me. A couple of big names in the Apex community. I've got Timmy and a prize ready to jump in and play some Deal or Steal with me. Gentlemen, how are we doing today? Welcome to the show.
Hello, how you? I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
Excited to have you both here as well. For the folks at home, just how Deal or Steal breaks down. I've got 20 Apex crates on the table with a range of awesome prizes, even some special ones here today. We're going to go through multiple different rounds after Timmy and a prize pick one to set aside at the start of the show. Each round will eliminate crates and prizes off the board, and at the end of each one, I'll have a deal for them to consider. They can either take it or elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we get to the end of the first 3 rounds and they haven't taken any of my deals, we will crack open the crate that they chose and they will win what's inside. Sound good to y'all?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. We're going to get the game up on the board. And thanks so much for joining me today, you two. I know you guys are going to be competing tonight. I want to ask you, Timmy, obviously a ton of buzz over the last couple of weeks because of your bronze to pred stream. What would you say is harder, that stream or trying to place top 2 tonight with, TSM and these other big names competing?
I feel like there are definitely 2 different types of challenges.
Sure.
For sure. I mean, versing other pro players will always be difficult, and I think it's probably one of the hardest things to do. It's kind of just about getting, I want to say, a little bit lucky, obviously, with the zones and all that stuff. But I mean, it does come down to having your own individual skills and team skills, making the right decisions, and overall just playing good. I mean, I think the bronze to predator stream was just exhausting. It was it was a race for if my body could handle it, but this one's more of kind of just determined on our team skill. So
all right, well, I'm excited for it here tonight, but 20 crates up on the board. Prize, Timmy, what are you guys thinking? Which one do you want to set aside here at the start? What's the lucky number?
Guys, what do you want to do? What number are you feeling?
Which one's catching the eye?
Yeah,
I'd say 11.
11? Oh, that's crazy. I actually was looking at 11. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, hey, that
I'm
sounds
done.
perfect.
Yeah, no, I was actually about to say 11. Yeah.
Is there a chase prize here for either of you? Are you looking at the Xbox Series X? Do you or S? Do you need a new headset or something? What are we hoping to take home today?
The good red prizes, of course.
Yeah.
Nothing less.
All right, we're gonna shoot for the stars. Maybe land in the
Jesus
clouds.
are looking kind of fire. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty juicy prizes here. Okay, so first round, let's go one by one. Here we got to eliminate 9 crates in the first round. So where are we starting?
I'm down to just go back and forth. Prize. So I mean, we'll take out number 2.
Number 2. Okay, let's start at the top of the board here. We want to eliminate some of those white tier prizes off of the board early, so hopefully some of those snack packs. But, oh, that one's going to sting. That's the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros off of the table to start things off. Okay, one of the purple tiers. A prize. Which one's speaking to you?
Opposite. I'm gonna hit 19.
19. Okay, down to that bottom row. We need a good start here. We need some luck in the first round. And we're going to get it. There it is, the Splash Water Pack, one of those white tier prizes. So a prize with the good pull.
Very nice, very nice. You love that. I'm thinking a nice 9.
Number 9,
9.
okay. We'll meet right here in the middle. And inside of that one is going to be the, okay, back-to-back Splash Water Packs here. Timmy and the prize finding them early. Okay, can we keep the momentum going? Where is, we're trying to sniff out maybe where the Apple Jacks are or the Cheez-It. Where are they hiding?
Say 17.
17, back down to the bottom row.
Like that.
It treated a prize well in his first pull. Does it do the same here? Ooh, 6,700 Apex coins. That's a lot of packs. Though I imagine, do both of y'all have the all the heirlooms already?
I think I'm missing like 2, maybe 1. Not sure.
I think I'm missing like 2 or 3.
Okay. So we can, still send you home with some Apex coins. Try to complete those collections. Timmy, you're next up. What are we thinking?
I think 20.
Number 20. Okay.
I got 19. A little 20.
19 treated us well. Let's see if 20 can do the same. We want to stay away from that bottom row until later in the game. And there we go. The Rice Krispies Treats pack for the 5th crate of the round.
Pretty good.
We're building some momentum here, gentlemen. 4 more to go for this round at prize. What's next?
1.
Number 1? All right.
Very first.
All the way opposite side to that top left-hand side. And it's one of the $50 Walmart gift cards. That's quite a bit of snacks. But that's okay. Still got some big boys on the board. Both of those red tiers still available. Timmy, what are we thinking here?
Okay, I'm thinking 16. 16 looking good right now.
Number 16. All right. We haven't touched that 4th row quite yet up until now. And inside number 16, it's going to be a Rockstar pack. That's another one of the white tiers. We're looking to get off the table early. Good pull.
Good. Right now, not too shabby.
Yeah, I think we're doing great. All right, a prize. What's your last pull of the round? What are you thinking?
Do 4.
Number 4, okay. We'll close off all of the corners here. Number 4 up to the top row once again. And it's the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. Okay. Timmy, let's finish on a high note here. There's still some white tiers available, 4 of them still up on the board. Find me one of those here to close out round 1.
Do 7.
Number 7, he says. Okay. We need a good one to end off round number 1. And that one's going to be a Series E jersey of your choice off of the table, but there's still another one of those prizes available if you guys are looking to get some Series E swag. So 9 crates off of the table, hit 4 of the white tiers, but we stumbled a little bit. Both of those Razer products off of the table. So my first deal for you guys, gonna take a little bit of a dip here, but you said you haven't finished your heirloom collections quite yet. I'd like to help out with that a little bit. I got 2,150 Apex coins a piece. You grab you some packs, try to complete those collections. Are we think a deal, or do you want to say steal and keep playing?
I think we steal, right? We keep playing. I mean, we got 2. We didn't take any of the reds out, you know. Yeah, you know, like we have a good chance for the red. Like I'm thinking we go still. You know what I'm saying?
I could agree more.
Go
so
go home.
Hey, let's say steal here for the first round. Again, the Oculus, the Xbox Series S still up there. So round number 2, 6 crates. We got to open up 6 this time around. Timmy finished off the last round, so a prize will hand it over to you here to kick off round 2.
2, 3.
Number 3. Okay, we'll close out that top row.
Taking out the top row. Surely they wouldn't put like all the good ones at the top. You know what I'm saying?
We just hit them all up there.
Yeah.
That one's going to be the Esports Arena Mystery Box. So some more Esports Arena swag there, but those are still available to you gentlemen, so we're okay. And now up to Timmy.
I'm thinking 5.
Number 5, okay. Hitting a lot of these single-digit crates remaining. So let's see, number 5, we're hoping it's another one of those lower prizes. It's the 2,150 Apex coins. I think that's just fine here. Still keeping the reds on the table.
Looking good, prize. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys are in a great
Looking
spot.
really good.
Take the corner. Let's do 13.
13.
Okay, what I was gonna say is I didn't want to do 18. 18 looking kind of like you're looking like a red right now. So like I think we avoid 18.
Okay, so we'll save 18 for later, but you said 13 a prize? Is it going to be lucky number 13? Or will it come back to bite, my friends? Here, it's the other Series E jersey of your choice. Okay, as long as those red tiers are still on the table, I think we're in a fantastic spot. What's next? What are we
Looking good
thinking?
right now. I'm thinking 12.
Okay. Number 12, we set 11 aside at the start of the show. Timmy and a prize are thinking there's a red tier inside it. There's a white tier inside of number 12. It's the Pop-Tarts pack there. We're whittling away those low tier prizes right now. And we're in a great spot. What are we thinking a prize? Your last pull of round 2.
Timmy, I'm nervous. Help me.
Oh,
Teamwork makes
I
the
don't know.
dream
I don't
work,
want it to be
gentlemen.
my-
Put your
my
heads
fault.
together. What are we thinking?
that's all you. That's all you.
6.
Neither
I
of
was
you-
thinking 6. I was thinking.
Neither of you want to be the one to open up the red tier, so let's see what we got inside. Number 6 is a great one. It's the
Okay,
Pringles
okay,
pack.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Oh my
we
God.
got this.
We're in such a great spot. Oh my gosh. We only need 3 more. 3 more, yeah. Right?
Last
4
one.
more.
Last one of this round.
Okay, I'm thinking a solid 15.
15. Okay.
That's the one.
Right below
Thinking
number
10, but I
11.
guess, yeah.
We're hoping maybe the Apple Jacks, maybe the Cheez-Its hiding in here. And it's the Cheez-It pack.
Oh
That is
my
a
God. We're looking-
strong
Okay.
finish, guys. Okay. Now you put me in an interesting place here. Just the Apple Jacks available, the white tiers, one more of the Apex coins, and then it gets real serious, the Esports Arena Mystery Box, and then we're up to the red tiers. So my deal for you this time around, a lot of the snacks are off the table, but maybe you guys want to go grab some of your own, fill up your fridge at home, get some energy drinks or something. So I want to send you both home with a $50 Walmart gift card. You can go stock up on some snacks or anything that you need. And what are we thinking, deal or steal on a $50 Walmart gift card? I feel like I already know your answer, but
I think we skipped this.
a prize, you agree?
Nope. We go big or go home.
I love it. I love it. We're
Factual
saying
statement.
steal. Okay. So now we're in the last round here. And let's take stock. I just said we got the Apple Jacks, one of the Apex coin prizes, an Esports Arena mystery box, and then it's just the Oculus and the Xbox Series S available. So 8, 10, 14, and 18. 3 of those have got to go. We'll start with a prize here again. Timmy finished off round 2.
What do you think of 8, Timmy? I need your input.
Okay, so I was thinking 18 was like I don't want to do 18. I mean, I think 18 is looking like a
No,
red, but
8.
no, but I'm saying like 14 is also me giving me the vibe of a red, so I think you could open 8. I think you could open 8.
All right, let's do 8. Let's do 8.
So we're going 14. Let's see. Number 14. This is where you really need that you need that Loba passive right now to be able to see where those big boys are hiding. So let's say 14.
Oh, sorry, we're doing 8.
You're doing 8? You want to do 8? Hold on.
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
fine. That's perfect. Yeah, no,
It's
I mean, that's
14. You
perfect.
know
Yeah,
what? We're
we're
just going to
14.
run with it.
Yeah, no, we said 14. Yeah.
They meant 14 the entire
14,
time.
14.
They meant 14 the
It's a
entire
little bit.
time.
It's a little bit laggy right now. But
Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm pretty laggy right now.
Okay. Do you want to go with 8 next?
Yes, let's do 8.
Okay.
Send it to 8.
Going to number 8 now. The Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks off of the table inside of number 8 this time around. We're hoping not one of the red tiers. It's going to be the Esports Arena mystery
my God.
box. Boys.
Oh my gosh.
Boys.
I'm nervous.
You have,
Actually nervous.
I mean, you have a 2/3 chance of one of the red tiers being inside number 11.
I mean, I just think we do 10. Open up 10. I think we just open up 10, and we're fine.
Do it. Just do it.
Timmy's calling it. He says number 10. Okay, let's see. We're going the distance. Are we going to end up with 2 red tiers available at the end of this round? We'll find out right now. It's either those 2 or the Apex coins. Inside crate number 10 is the Ape. Oh
my
my
gosh.
God.
Oh
Hey,
my
where's Smurfy?
God. Wait. We're so good.
Or
Okay.
actually smurfing.
You guys put me in the most
Wait, there's
awkward
no
spot
way.
here because there's no possibility I can offer you anything that's going to make you say deal. For the heck of it, let's say 6,700 Apex coins. Maybe you really are wanting to open some packs on stream this week. It could get some more heirlooms. So I'm going to say my deal is 6,700 Apex coins, but feel free to say steal, and we'll see what's inside number 11.
I've been looking really good. I think we open up our case. I'm gonna say steal.
Let's do it. No deal this time. We're going steal. Timmy Enterprise going the distance. They were hoping for the red tiers from the start, and which one is it going to be? Let's open up crate number 11 and see what's inside. It's the Oculus Quest.
Okay.
Wow. Holy moly.
Timmy Enterprise, gentlemen, going the distance, and you called it from the start. You both said, Timmy, you were like, Enterprise, which one are you thinking? He said 11. Timmy, you said you were looking at 11, and it looks like you guys just sniffed it out from the rip.
That's crazy. That's crazy that 18 was also the other one.
You called it too, yeah.
That's actually insane.
We really
It's just-
smelt it out.
You know what? It's that game sense. All those hours, all those games you've played in Apex, the game sense is just so high. You brought it here to Dealer's Deal. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Excited to have you guys competing tonight. Going to be fun to follow how you guys perform here. So best of luck. Thanks so much for coming to hang out, and looking forward to seeing you guys compete.
Thank you so much for having us. It was fun. We'll do our best to, get first, or try to get first.
I think regardless, you already caught a dub before the games even started. You're getting the Oculus Quests, so I think it's a win-win no matter what. So best of luck. That was Timmy and a prize, couple of big names, huge names in the Apex community there joining me for some Dealer Steal. If you guys at home want to get in on it as well, make sure to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esports arena. You can have a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. Maybe you can win an Xbox Series S, some Apex coins, a ton of awesome prizes there, so make sure to do that. And I think we're ready to go, folks. We got 6 games tonight. I've mentioned it multiple times. We got some of the best teams in North America, some of the biggest names in Apex competitive here to compete with our 9 partner squads. And I'm going to hand it off. Let's get the final night of Intel Week underway.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to Series E here during Intel Week. We just saw Timmy and Preezy tap strafe their way into an Oculus Quest. What an amazing way to do it just before it gets removed. Of course, it is Pro Night here for Series E, and we have 11 of the best pro teams joining our 9 partnered squads for 6 games of action. And to bring you all the action, of course, my handsome co-host, we got Tom on deck tonight. Tom, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm wondering, is Benchwarmers here? Because I feel like they deserve to be here after yesterday, honestly. The way they were playing, it was pretty impressive, but we did see some great things out of teams like Pringles. Intel, obviously, it's Intel Week, so I'm looking forward to seeing how all our partner teams do against the pro teams.
That's right. Last night, it was just a difference of about 4 or 5 points that the Benchwarmers were able to walk away with the victory. Let's talk about the action tonight, though. Of course, nothing really changing from the open night to the pro night. We just have the 11 pro teams joining us. We have 6 matches being played on World's Edge. We have $500 on the line as well. $350 going to first place and $150 going to second place. And it's all about who walks away after 6 games with the most points. And the points don't really change here. We got placement points along with kill points. So first place will net you 12 points overall. And then all the way down to 15th, which will get you 1 point. And every single kill point will also net you 1 point. Let's go ahead and talk about the teams that will be playing tonight and see if maybe we do have the Benchwarmers joining into this lobby. Like I said, 11 of the best pro teams joining our 9 partnered squads. We got Cloud9, Liquid, Renegades, TSM, and we got Timmy joining, of course. Ooh, we got the return of More for this squad as well. All right, Marshall, I'm pretty excited about tonight, Tom.
Yeah, Benchwarmers are taking a little break, I guess, so they can just soak in the victory from the open day. But yeah, I'm excited about Team Sheesh. I mean, imagine just winning Dealer Steal, and then you come through, and then you're playing in Series E. Usually, I'll be honest, I played Dealer Steal. I got griefed. These guys were on fire. It could destroy your mental. You could think you're getting something like an Xbox Series X or an Oculus Rift. Next thing you know, you're getting stuck with Tyler CEO bathwater. It's an interesting game.
Yeah, I'm really excited. But yeah, like you said, particularly seeing Sheesh back. Timmy, whenever he competes, it's always fun to watch him, especially, of course, with an old name like Moore coming back is going to be great to see. But I think we really do have to talk about G2, one of the squads that do end up giving our partnered squads a lot of trouble, and especially the combination of G2 and TSM in a lobby is going to make it extremely difficult for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, I wouldn't even count out the team directly below that, Knights, because you have Bronzy, Asura, and Gilderson. Bronzy's a very skilled player. I mean, this lobby is absolutely stacked. You can look at every single player in there and say that they're, able to win a game here. So it's going to be pretty tough. Obviously we've seen teams like Team Rice Krispy Treat struggle, but sometimes the teams that are struggling on the open days do good in the pro days. And one of the teams that started to do that was Splash. So, it's interesting to see which teams actually struggle on the open day and which teams kind of tighten up and play better against the better competition. And I think that's what's most exciting about the pro day.
Yeah, and there are teams that do extremely well on the open nights and then struggle on the pro nights. And because this is Intel Week, we do have to talk about Team Intel. They average about 20 points a night when it comes to the pro nights, where on the open nights, they're averaging, I think, like around 80 to 90 points. And so this is where they really do get tested. This is where I want to see how they bounce back. Typically, though, pro nights, that is when they do end up getting challenged 50-50 on their drop over at Lava City.
Yeah, it's tough to get 50-50. I mean, you don't really get many zones out there. We had a lot of south zones yesterday. Got to watch out for Cloud9 and Team Liquid, obviously, too. It's fun to watch Cloud9 kind of mesh and get things together. But Team Intel played so well yesterday, and I've just been so impressed with Verhulst especially. They have a great composition. Skittlecakes plays very well. Duplex plays an amazing Gibraltar. Skittlecakes is on Caustic, and I still think that composition is really solid. I think that if you're going to play that, then you're going to be able to do a lot of different things. The only thing you don't have is a really heavy rotation besides the Valkyrie, right? It's just like it's a little extra in terms of your rotation, so you got to decide how to play it. And a lot of people are used to still rocking the Wraith or the Octane or even a combination of both, and that's just because they've gone through the rotation so many different times. Team Intel, I feel like if you're playing these new legends, you still have room for improvement consistently because there's still a huge skill gap that you have to learn.
Yeah, we saw heavy macro play coming out from Team Intel last night during the open night. They were calling almost every zone if they were able to rotate into it, got into the late game, extremely consistent across the six games. Getting that cost into the late game, we see how incredibly strong it is. It's been off the back of Verhulst. He's not just a fragger, but he's also rotating his team into extremely strong spots. That might come down to, of course, just overall team calling from the team, all three players contributing into where they want to play, what buildings they want to play. We saw that Frag East ending where they just absolutely decimated with that caustic in the last game. It was very impressive to see, and this is the kind of things, the development we want to see out of Team Intel when it comes to the Pro Night. After this week, we have about 4 weeks of regulation play in Season 3. So it's coming down to the wire for a lot of our teams. So we do have to talk about the cumulative leaderboard. So let's go ahead, if we can, bring that up, because I would love to see the action that's been developing, because that 4th place position, that's the bubble that Team Pop-Tarts find themselves on. Team Intel, of course, are up there in 1st place, but it's that 4th place spot. That's the cutoff. If you make it into 4th, you will, of course, avoid relegation, you'll avoid qualification, and you just get an automatic berth into Season 4 of Series E.
Yeah, we got to get a double check on Lions Discord before the tournament starts today, because apparently he dropped out of the games last night, or one of the most important games. But they've been playing extremely well, and they still have a lot of room for improvement too, because they've been a team that's on the rise. Splash has been on the rise, and Team Rockstar is on the outside kind of looking in. Cheez-Its on the outside looking in as well. They are not taking fights fast enough. When you watch Team Cheez-It play, when you watch Rockstar play, Cheez-It's very position-based. Rockstar, I feel like they're a little bit of both, but I'm just seeing them, get third-partied for free. They're taking fights extremely early, and they're not going in, and they're not playing aggressive enough. And in these scenarios, you either take the fight or you don't. You don't waste a lot of resources. You don't waste your defensive bombardment for a 3v3 when you're head-to-head and the bubble's already down. You need the defensive bombardment to defend yourself after the third party comes, and you need your bubble to defend yourself after the third party comes. So if you see someone's bubble go down, just go for it, right? And that's in any scenario. And especially when you get that close to a team, there's no dancing around. You have to fly in. That's what Apex is about. You have to use your mechanics and just take the fight.
Yeah, we'll see if Rockstar can clean things up. Like you said, they've been watching from the outside. They have been keeping pace. As you can see right now, they're about 49 points below Splash, making that 69 points below Pop-Tarts. So definitely within reach, but I would also say for Team Cheez-It and Applejacks, if they have 4 great weeks in a row, they themselves can find themselves in the 4th place spot. But it's about Rice Krispie Treats. They need to do something drastic here, finding themselves in the 9th place spot right now. Over 200 points down from Team Pop-Tarts in that 4th place spot. So in the next 4 weeks, they need to really turn things up. But here we go, turning up the action now as we head into World's Edge. It's game number 1 of the Pro Night here, Intel Week for Series E. So let's get right into the action.
I mean, if you're Rice Krispie Treats, you just make the whole lobby pissed at you and run Revenant Octane, and just like, hey, like I really needed points, and everyone's like, listen, we got to just go for the Revenant Octane team. They're like, everyone just kill them. Right now, you're looking at another North zone here, so that's going to be pretty solid for these teams that are landing, especially Frag West. When you're looking at Team Cheez-It, they're getting that for free right now. They have to avoid TSM. The thing is landing next to TSM will probably get your cheeks clenching a little bit, and you're gonna loot as fast as possible, and you're gonna be running as fast as possible into your rotation. So hopefully they learn that. They can't just expect to be out of there at 1:30. TSM's already gonna be rotating around 2 minutes or 1:45.
And especially when it comes to this circle, we got a quick look at it. It is going to be pulling over towards Countdown Landslide. So the sniper post, the car, all of those power positions are going to be taken early on. But Charlotte Phoenix find themselves in an early fight down here at launch site. Kodagami getting cracked there. He'll be able to passively heal his HP, but we'll see if they commit to this fight. They are going to be on the edge with the ring pulling up to the north. Their armor situation looks quite dire, Tom.
Yeah, it stinks. It really does. I mean, you're starting with absolutely nothing. We didn't see many Sears yesterday. We saw a lot of longbows. Didn't see many devotions, but you get what you get in this type of situation. Devotion's actually going to be fairly strong in Stink's hand, especially on Gibraltar. It takes a while for that thing to kick, so you're already getting your ADS shield up anyway. And it kind of rips like the Spitfire, but I think for a controller player, it could be a little bit more accurate and a little bit deceiving for the M&K players to, wonder how fast they're getting taken down right now. So you can see a nice little head glitch being taken by Stink, and the fact that he got a 6x already to start this thing is going to be pretty annoying for their team. But again, 130, other teams are already rotating. You're going to have to basically worry about a team either third-partying you this game or next game now that they're paying attention that this is going on.
Yeah, this is scary. If you're at Tree, if you're at Dome, you're hearing this, you're seeing this, you're just waiting for that kill, you're waiting for the trades, and you just come in for the third party. It's going to be Sheesh that are on the other side of this one, and, they are actually mirrored composition, mirrored armor as well. You can see Kodagami's got that blue, but Timmy has the blue himself with that Rampage down, 3x, along with the purple on the mag there. Allows him some additional time to take these shots off. It's just a lot of poking and prodding between these two squads. Finally, the crack comes out, and it's just Seer battles, trying to slow them down, trying to get the information before the push. And this is taking way too long, Tom. It's 50 seconds before the ring starts closing. Stink looks over at that connector, and you have to imagine eventually someone from Tree, maybe even Lava Siphon, decide to come over. But here's the Pittsburgh Knights actually moving out from Lava Siphon, find themselves in a fight. Clinical's on the other side of this one, and he was, as Inhuman gets taken out as well.
Yeah, Knights coming through with the first knocks and kills of the game. I really felt like Timmy was going to send it once he gets a little bit more damage. He had the bounce pad, and he's definitely aware, and both of those teams are aware that you have to get moving at that given point in time. You can see how fast everybody's trying to even get out of this choke, because this is out in the open right now. So we'll see how fast they end up meeting right back up. See, like, Bronzy's, all right, I got to check my back here. I got to make sure that everything's good. Asura's already looting down there, and now they're going to focus on the rotation. But it's always nice when you get to a choke area and you get a clean fight like that, get 2 knocks, and don't have to worry about a third party. So that's a nice pick.
Yeah, no real shot for them to try and get center zone here. They can try and play off of Landslide as they move their way on over to the west, and hope that they can clear out the south and get some kill points along the way. Surprisingly enough, throughout all of this, we haven't seen any other action on the kill feed, so that 50-50 Charlotte Phoenix versus Team Sheesh might still be taking place over there by launch.
They should be out of ammo. They should be out of ammo by now, though. That's a
heals
thing.
And nades.
Yeah, and everything. It's not looking good for both those teams, especially because that's what happens, in the beginning of the games. You don't have many. They're still going at it. You don't. At least they charge their Evo shields up. I mean, someone call a Watson and get a generator. I don't know what they're gonna do about this. They're just gonna have to scrape loot along the way. So I guess they're gonna take this fight elsewhere, or the thing is what are they going to do for the rest of the games? That's what I'm so curious, because if the fights last like this, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, it feels like it's just been a lot of shield damage that's been traded. So maybe they have a lot of health meds, meaning they could rotate in zone, try to hit up replicators and get the additional heals that way. But right now, both teams,
the ammo situation.
Yeah, the ammo situation is terrible. You can see just 19 shots left for Reprise. He's like, guys, are we really doing this? They are. Oh, but it looks like a flank finally came out. Renegades moving in from Tree. Got the knock onto Greek. That might be the opening there. If they see another knock coming out onto the Renegade side, maybe they try to send it, but that ammo situation is looking absolutely dire. It does create a window for Team Sheesh to try and get out of here, though, and so they might just mosey on out and make their way over to Lava Siphon.
I wonder if Renegades even realizes the situation that there's a team right there, and now they're just going to get out like you were talking about. I just am wondering how they're going to get ammo on their side. They're going to be scraping the entire time. I wish the replicators rewarded you just a little bit more for when you actually do want to get ammo. It's like, yeah, I can get cells or backpacks or whatever I need, extended magazines, but I spend so much just to get 10 or 20 ammo. I'd like a 50 clip or 100. That'd be great.
Yeah, one of them was running double light, so he'll get extended use out of a replicator if he goes for the ammo, but still, you're going to have to expend a lot. Lion getting cracked here up at Skyhook. We do see a lot of teams actually up here, surprisingly enough. Maybe they try to play for that choke, the Skyhook tunnel, and pick up these kill points. I mean, they do have the armor behind it for Team Pop Darts with the purples, with the blue as well. And the likelihood of many teams showing up here on the north side when it's heavily favoring Landslide and Countdown means that this is going to be fairly isolated for them. We'll see how long they stick around for.
Yeah, I'm really curious which zone this was. I think I got 5 out of 6 zones wrong yesterday. So they're pretty unpredictable, though. Honestly, they were bouncing all over the place. And when you find yourself on this side of Skyhook, you really hope that you get some sort of weird pull. And you're going to be fighting out, and there's a lot to deal with. You know that there's going to be teams layered in the buildings in front of you over there. There's always going to be a team to your left. There's going to be a team in the tunnel behind you. So you have to be patient basically in this situation and find different routes to go, or just wait for a fight to happen and then you pounce on that in third party. So they're kind of a victim to the zone and where that pulls right now. And we see what TSM's doing, which this is what TSM's been impressive for in the last couple of months, and even since they've picked up Snipe Down, really, is that they switched with the meta and they've constantly looked for fights now, and they're really smart about taking their fights. I mean, I don't really think anyone's smarter about taking fights than TSM, and they do such a good job of it because usually they used to just play the middle of the zone, and that's what they really set the meta just in general on how to play Apex. And now they're showing, hey, this is most likely, unless you can't take fights like TSM, which a lot of teams can't, this is how you need to play the game, because you can't get kills in the middle of the zone anymore. There's just too many scans. It's just not friendly to playing inside the zone, depending on the zone.
Yeah, they used to be the center zone white armor gods that were in place like a minute before the zone would even start closing, but making this adjustment was a huge boon for them. I mean, that's when we saw the kind of drought, when they were still committing to that center zone style, and it wasn't working out for them. Finally, though, they learned to play edge, and things were worked out extremely well. As we take a look at the Countdown Landslide area, you can see that a lot of teams are starting to coalesce over there, but we still have a lot of teams down on the south. Looks like Charlotte Phoenix were able to get Greek back into that game. Renegades did not camp banners, so I'll be able to still play this as a 3, but they're in that same situation we were talking about earlier, Tom. They were in an extended 50-50 with Team Sheesh. They just had to get someone back in. Their loot was stolen from them, whatever he had left. And then they just booked it there. The Raiders of Renegades just leaving. But here's Applejacks playing off of Landslide. They do have triple blue armors. They've got the Pittsburgh Knights, I believe, playing the train tunnel just to the east as well. The ping's going down on that, along with the sniper post. So they've got to be careful how they play this one out, because there will be delayed rotates coming in from the south side. Here's Team Liquid, though, now making a push into Countdown. They are running that caustic, so holding that building would be amazing. But first, they've got to take it away from this squad.
No doubt about it, and I love that Liquid's playing this. And obviously they have Coach Hodstick behind him, who's been breaking things down. And there's a lot of different metas, right? And based on the day and also which region that you're in. And this is, to me, not a lot of players in North America are going to be rocking this composition. And I really think that this is still one of those compositions that could be, if used correctly, way ahead of the game, because it just offers so many different layers to it. As we see what Team Razor's doing, they're basically doing the opposite. We were talking about when teams run Wraith and Octane. This is a double rotation team. And Zeratricky has played phenomenal on Wraith, but he's also one of the best Gibraltars we have in Series E.
Yeah, other teams that we see this running this composition, Alliance out of EU will be running this as well, with just the double rotates. Sometimes we'll see, I think they play the Valkyrie. So yeah, having the early rotates, having the double rotates as well, to get out of jail free card if you get that weird wonky pull of the ring. Team Razor right now trying to hold off Liquid. It's a poke battle from either side, but it's a fairly even battle. Looking at the armor situations, all purples across for Razor, and their main concern is going to be Liquid there, and they do need to just gatekeep to their north. This position allows you to walk into basically 2 of the very popular rings for the round 4 pull. But right now, Team Liquid are starting to creep up. They're starting to set up the crossfires, and nades are getting prepped by Baby Thule.
Yeah, he's going for the stick, actually. And if he can land something like that, that would be monumental as long as they could capitalize on it with a bubble. But Zeratrick, he gets hit from the side. Resulta with the longbow out of nowhere. Now you're going to have to toss the nades over towards the door and block these things because the res is coming through. Most likely a bubble res. Fortunately, they have the gold bag. There's the ult as well. And sometimes the gold bag can bait you. And I don't think that ult is connecting enough for them to go and push through that. So I think this is a smart move. For some reason, they're continuing to eat the ult. Okay, guys. Hello.
Oh, wait, we're not running a
push you now. I don't know.
Yeah, Liquid, though, they understand they have to be careful. They see the names that are nearby, right? So G2 got a knock onto one of Razor, but then one of TSM got a knock onto G2. So making this push becomes that much more difficult, knowing the teams that like to come in for the third parties, that are decisive about making those third-party calls. And so right now, they're still playing this one very cautiously. We do have a look at the next ring. It's going to be pulling away from Countdown, starting to go over towards the open area in between Countdown and Landslide, and you can see why Liquid are fighting so hard for it along with Team Razor right now, as they are creeped up. They're all 3 on the door for Team Liquid. Now, do they have any ultimate excels? Will they be able to get a Nox Gas grenade? How many barrels do they have? Are Razor keeping track of it? These are very important questions.
They are. I was going to say this scout is not ideal in this situation. I'm sure Hacky would rather have something, but he connected with 3 really great shots on that head glitch, and that head glitch is probably more than enough for Liquid to back off. That was one of those situations where you peek, you have no idea where you're getting hit from, and there's not many areas that you could head glitch from when you're just going through an open door. So I think that's pretty smart. They realize this team is really disciplined. They're not going to take a fight and, you know, do some sort of crazy mistake, so we're just going to back off after we can't get the trades. And I think that's 2 really smart teams doing the right decision.
It looks like Team Pringles tried to make a push onto the sniper post, but as we join on board with Timmy and Team Sheesh, 2 of them down. Freezing and more are out. We have, I believe, the Pittsburgh Knights in the area. Timmy is in such a bad spot. He's trying to wait out that jump pad. There's a team right above him. Here's Pop-Tarts in their fight over at Skyhook right now, losing out on their 3rd. Mooney will be the next one to fall. It was Team Intel that got on top of them, taking them out. Here comes a defensive bombardment, though, and they'll be able to just back away. They've got the barrels down for the retreat as well. So Team Intel ready for another 3v3.
That's why the big boys are so important on this team here. You can reset so well, and look at the angles that they're taking right here. Going right back towards where they needed to. They already had barrels to fall back on. The only thing that, you know, makes caustic less viable is more caustics, because you're not expecting anybody to kind of run through your gas, and sometimes an enemy caustic can just come right through and rip you apart if you're not paying attention. So it's interesting to see the 2 caustics teams kind of layered on top of each other. Bowser with the wingman, had to be some headshots right there. Reps without the bubble, so we'll see what Snipedown can do, trying to hold these players off, but there's a huge flank behind. Look at the tracking from Snipedown. Unfortunately gets taken out. Bowser with the wingman again. And unfortunately for Reps right there, he just didn't have his bubble. That really would have changed everything. They could have got Hal right back into this game. But Bowser is just going off. That's 3 straight knocks with the wingman.
Yeah, he's just moving in with the zone, hitting everything like a cowboy now, and Reps is just going to die to the ring, and that's going to be TSM out. We're down to 12 squads, as a lot of the buildings were just taken out. Team Razor are still in, though, up here, as it looks like they did have to move, and they didn't try to actually make the move into the carts that was properly held, as Team Intel did fall to them. So they'll be able to play out of that Skyhook tunnel, which that ring does end up pulling that way. So the sniper post, one of the strong positions there. The car still in, I think, roughly. And here's Cloud9. They've been able to play on the edge here. They've got a number of teams in front of them, actually, playing off the choke. And right now, Cloud9, if they wanted, they could back away, pull up the ring just in case as well. But don't worry about these squads. They want to get involved in these fights. They don't have any kill points right now.
Yeah, and they already have pings going where they expect to potentially play or see some enemies, so they're going to move up right here. And watching Albril, if you haven't watched this guy play, I'm sure you have, it just makes you want to play Apex in general. Zach Mazer with the shots coming up from the high ground. And this is all with just the 1-2X. So I can imagine if he had something on there a little bit stronger, but he's still ripping shots with this Rampage. And this is a pretty strong hill to play. If you can bully teams off there, you're going to be able to watch your back the entire time. So Zach's going to watch this angle in front of everybody in the southeast. You have teammates watching your back over towards the side, and you know someone's going to eventually rotate from that area. You can see there's multiple players coming from that spot.
Yeah, Naughty doing a great job of actually forcing back G2 and forcing G2 right into Team Razor right now outside of that tunnel. And that's Razor cleaning up the remaining members of G2. A good pickup for them. They'll be able to play off this tunnel as the zone closes in and start walking in towards the fences as well. Looking to gatekeep the teams to their southeast right now. They're already on top of him though, but Zeratricky gets a nice crack, pushes forward, trying to get aggressive onto Cloud9, but Zach Mazer takes him out. Here is a defensive bombardment. Baby Tooley does not have the bubble. He committed that one in that fight with G2. He'll have it in another few seconds. Maybe he buys enough time. Hakulo hitting that res for now. There should be a gold bag on one of them as well. And Zeratricky is back up, but Baby Tooley is cracked and they're forced back. That's allowing Cloud9 to advance now through that choke as the zone starts closing in. Poured out from Zeratricky to try and cut them off.
This is just great play coming in from Cloud9 because they understand that they have to get into the zone as well, so they gate kept as long as possible. The timing is there. Look at Albrelli just stooming around, just dodging grenades. Bubbles go down from both teams. Naughty's going to go and hit a battery, and those three players are stuck right there. One grenade would change everything. Albrelli just goes and sends it like a madman through the defensive bombardment as well, and all three players drop on Knights. I mean, you can't really execute any better than C9 did. Albrelli escapes from Zeratricky originally. They get the gold bag res. We have no idea what happened with Razor throughout all of that. I'm not sure if they got taken out. It looks like they stayed alive and are kind of hiding around that barrel area, the 3-barrel platform right outside of the tunnel. So you can see that the angles are going to be pretty tough for them to rotate. They're going to have to be really sneaky.
Yeah, it's 5 full squads remaining here. We got Xset, we got Pringles, Razor, and Cloud9 still alive. And I'm Gibby and his squad up on that sniper post. They've been there basically all game, I believe. A lot of attention is going to be drawn their way, but teams do have to worry about the rotate. Team Pringles right now, though, keeping a hard focus on to that Razor side. That's going to be the major sore point for them on this defense. They need to gatekeep the squad. This is such an incredibly strong position for them, playing off these fences here.
Yeah, these fences are great. There's a lot of cover over here. They're worried about Team Razor. Got to always definitely worry about what C9's going to do, because they could potentially do something insane with the Valkyrie if they really wanted to. And now you can see where Razor's in. They have to continue to just weasel their way up right here and just play what they can. Hopefully they can get towards the other edge of the fences, but at the same time, you have the team on the sniper post, so you may have to move from this spot and go underneath the sniper post if it's available. Typically, there's already a team that's locking that down, so this is just kind of a tough spot right now. Really, the only one that's in is Zeratricky.
Things are falling apart right now for Cloud9 as they get picked apart by Xset. A combination of the sniper post team. Xset are in under these rocks, and they don't really need to force the issue right now. They can just take their time unless that squad thermites them out. You have to imagine at this point in the game, they might be all out of utility up there. So Xset could just be playing for second place right now. As the zone closes in, you can see Team Splash trying to get a good angle onto these teams, and right now, you've got the Watson coming out, so we can see why.
Oh, you thought that
no
nade was coming up there? Hello, she's coming back, all right? This is, the same composition, basically, but with Watson instead of Caustic, right? So maybe just more comfortable playing that, or maybe just trying something new or trying something old. You really don't know what's going on with Splash, but they're trying to make some serious moves, right? It's pro day. Getting into the middle of the zone could be their style. They understand maybe they don't have the slang power to go and take TSM on or Cloud9 when they're playing the edge. I mean, they do, but percentage-wise, no one really wants to risk that, right? If you're trying to stay on top of that cumulative leaderboard. So Pringles right now, again, had the best spot for quite some time. They will have to make their trek in 18 seconds, so it is going to be a little bit difficult for them, but hopefully Phony's going to have the resources that he needs and the bubble placement that he needs to move forward.
Ooh, these defensive bombardments going out, just connecting on everyone. And it looks like Pringles will survive without getting cracked. Beast in the Hunt will get popped, though, as they're forced out of position. Here's Team Razor. They were able to recover Hakulo, but as they take the fort on back, Klain is right on top of him. Hakulo going down once again. This is the slow ring. If they want to try and take time for the reset, they can, but they do not. Taking the port back. Xset pick up those kills. Nestle Splash on top of the sniper post. Xset right below them as well. Team Pringles have pushed up, almost forced out of position from that fence. And so now Xset, we'll see if they can survive being in that kind of sandwich right below. Who peaks first? Will Splash have to drop down? It looks like they're going to be in a pretty decent spot and hope that Xset end up fighting up against Pringles first.
And the reason that Razor, if they watch this game back, they'd realize that they have to get to the bottom center just a little bit sooner. Unfortunately, Pringles was keeping them out of bottom center from that side and on the Skyhook side. And, nice shot right there. I think they're going to go for the crazy play. This is absolute madness coming through. If you just hit the edge, if you're fearing live, you're absolutely dead. So you got to be careful here during this free-for-all. But this is an interesting strategy, honestly. I mean, you would think that Fearing Live does get taken out. Now that you're out of the generators, oh, that's tough. Oh, that's so tough. I was hoping that they were going to be able to stay up there just a little bit longer, but now Turns is going to have to drop down into teams of 3.
Yeah, both Xset and Pringles just very wary of getting dropped on there. Here comes an EMP out from Kenny and it connects. They get the knock onto Klain. That's going to be Xset pushing forward for the win here in game number 1.
And that's why Team Razor needs to get to that bottom spot just a little bit sooner. Xset got there one hop before them. And typically the team that gets over towards the bottom, if they could hold them off the entire time, then they're going to win that circle. A lot of times the team that gets up there, they start running out of resources. That's what happened, unfortunately, for Team Splash. They ran out of one more ult excel, which could have changed the game for them.
Yeah, so congratulations, Xset. They picked up a lot of kills in that game as well. So an excellent start to the Pro Night. We have 5 more games left to go, so we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop, and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now, bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped
They've
down
been
on
rude.
top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Duke getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's fruit freshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash. It's fruit freshing.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, everybody, welcome back here inside of Esports Arena HQ. I'm inside of Studio Blue right now in game number 1 in the books. Xset with a big victory there. Congratulations to them. They'll start off likely at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard. We'll check that out when we go back to Jamerson and Tom. A couple of partnered squads trying to get in on the action, but weren't quite able to do it there. Let's check out our first player of the game for today, and it's going to go to Clarify. 5 kills, 2 assists, and over 1,400 100 damage. So great start there for Xset. That's at the very least 19 points for them. And Clarifi doing a good job in those late circles, some clutch gibby bubbles, and the fight set up so well. Good drone there at the end, sets up a quick push into that Team Pringles bubble, and they're able to get the kills and grab the win. So good finish there, and we'll have to see if they can keep it running through 5 more games here tonight. Do want to let you guys know we're doing giveaways this week. Obviously, Intel Gamer Day is going on. It's Intel Week, so we got a lot of awesome prizes that we're giving away. If you use !giveaway, you can enter it on that, and also just check us out on Twitter at Esports Arena to see the multiple giveaways we're doing. And you can see here inside of the studio some of the awesome stuff we are giving away. We got that beautiful Intel mouse mat and 10th generation Core i7. Also, you can see those Intel Gamer Days boxes, that nice black one in the back. We're giving away 4 more of those. We did one yesterday. We've got 4 more giving away today. So !giveaway, check that out. Check us out on Twitter at Esports Arena so you can get in and win some of these awesome Intel products. Make sure to get in on that as soon as possible. Game number 1 in the books, but 5 more to go. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom will get you guys ready for game number 2.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Skittle Cakes, and thanks to Intel, I'm always performing at my best.
I'm Pop-Tart just watching on from that choke, but Skittle Cakes once again with this high ground angle, doing some decent damage with this rampage, but a critical
Yeah, Pollard does some serious work. Actually, R31 Pollard is what I set my record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one as we see the L-Star 2X.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix.
Hey, what's up, guys? If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love that. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had Team Exit take a very strong win there in game number 1. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where everyone else stands in the lobby after that game. It was very frag heavy, and Exit ended up with 13 kills overall, taking the plus 12, and so they are currently the leaders with Team Pringles and the Knights actually in second and third place tied with 13 points.
Yeah, this is if this was Vegas and we were betting on what the top 5 would look like right now, that's not what we would expect after game 1. And that's what we love about the pro day, because again, any team can go and win. All these teams are so skilled and they're all really used to playing at an extremely high level. If you were joining us yesterday, yeah, it drops down to 15 squads to 10 real quick. I mean, we were going into zone number 2, zone number 3. We still almost had all full squads here. There's so much, layers to the strategy for all of these teams, and they're all playing at a really high level right now. And XSET gets down towards the bottom, below the sniper post, and they're picking off kills left and right. I didn't think Pringles was going to be able to get in such a good position and predict that zone and get so many kills over towards the fence. They did as well. And then Knights started off getting the first kills of the game and continued to have even more placement points and kills along the way.
Yeah, very heavy involvement in so many fights throughout the entirety of the game. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 1. And it's just this ending here. I feel like maybe a little bit too early there on that redeploy. As you can see, both XSET and Team Pringles just eyeing them the entire time on the Nestle Splash side, and things just go so south for them incredibly fast. You can see Fearing Live is already down to about 10 HP before he even hits the ground. Scissors is the one that picks that one up and tries to delay his drop down, but both XSET and Pringles are doing an amazing job of just not overcommitting onto the squad and keeping good awareness of the other side.
Teams have probably played this zone, 50, 60 times, maybe even more. So they understand from getting into the end game and watching and learning that the team on the high ground, if you don't focus them together, then it's going to be fairly tough. They're just going to pick you apart. So the smart players are going to hold on to their grenades just like they did right there. And that's why they had to go and Valkyrie all out of there, because everyone's focusing them. They didn't have their Watson generator, and it's just smart counterplays coming in from XSET. So you really got to give them credit for holding on to their resources for so long. That's not easy to do. You have to be patient throughout all of that, but they did pick up a lot of kills down towards the bottom middle and maybe had some time to loot some of the boxes, say from like Team Razor, who rotated in late.
Yeah, it was just very fortunate timing for XSET. They were picking up kills just before those circles. Getting the additional loots really did help them out throughout all of that. Let's go ahead and check in with Team XSET as we head into game number 2. They're dropping over here at Harvester. So typically not a drop that most people love. This is, usually where you kind of default to when you don't have like a nice default kind of drop, but they made it work in the last game, and they're going to be happy with this one. Setting up early on, it's going to be a Harvester ending.
So sometimes one of the strategies that we used to run is if you were landing Harvester and that was one of the spots, running Caustic is something that's pretty useful, or running a Legend that you're not getting a scan for, but there's the first knock coming in on this 50-50. It's taking place a lot faster. Both teams probably had that discussion going forward. It's like, hey, probably not at each other, but within each other's team, saying, hey, we have to take this fight. We basically griefed ourselves by having it take so long previously, and Team Sheesh right now with more getting that knock looking solid.
Yeah, I like the adjustment, quick adjustment coming out from them as well. Timmy taking a lot of damage. Okay, gets that last shot off onto Kodagami. But this time around, Sheesh, instead of taking that 50-50 and splitting launch site north and south, giving that up to Charlotte Phoenix to have the northern site, they decided to drop right on top of them, take the fight immediately to them, instead of having that war of attrition where you're just trading blows for blows, cells for cells. And so that means they're going to be able to rotate much quickly and get on with their game plan. We have 1:50 before the zone starts closing in as we check in with Team Intel. They're down here at Lava City, and it doesn't seem like they're getting 50-50'd this time around. So they're going to have, of course, all the loot to work off of. They have balloon rotates. They have Verholst, of course, on that Valkyrie as well, which will give them an additional rotation tool if they need to try and get priority there. So they'll be able to move quickly here very shortly.
Hopefully they can find some better armor. It's been pretty unlucky for them in terms of their armor situation leaving Lava City. Typically you get a lot better loot, and yeah, the weapons are looking okay. Get that gold extended mag right there, but you definitely don't want to leave here with grays on the pro day. You're trying to get this upgraded at least to a blue at the minimum, so maybe they'll have to play just a little bit differently. Hopefully something's inside of there. Oh, that's my RNG. Yep, turbocharger. So not even going to be able to run that one. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Hopefully they can get some more things going on. TSM, fast rotation, already into Harvester in a priority spot. And this is one of those spots where you're going to be getting a lot of kills. Not only that, you have a high probability of the zone ending here. Hal with the R301 EVA 8. You see him rock this consistently. R301 EVA 8 or PK, Mastiff, whatever he can get shotgun-wise. But this is the ideal combination for someone as aggressive as Hal.
And for a team that fast rotates when they know they need to, especially for this Harvester Circle, this is their preferred spot to go. They have like what, second priority on this spot, only losing out to the team Xset dropping inside Harvester proper. Beast of the Hunt has been popped for snipe down as they pop in that queue once again. Team looking to rotate out. Bubble forced out. Will snipe down continue to chase, or is he just happy just forcing them back? And it looks like they're not going to overextend. They've learned their lessons from the past holding this position. They are very well skilled about holding the snake.
What's good about that is they're realizing the team's already coming behind them, and it's fairly rare for a team even try to approach from that side. And now they're surrounded from a couple of different angles. The doors are getting griefed, and now this team has to be careful because TSM did the right thing backing off. If this team pinches, the other team that rotated back through is going to come, and TSM is going to be sandwiched. So that team's kind of recognizing the situation. The block is hot over here. There are a handful of teams rotating into Harvester now.
Yeah, Hal going for that peek, the back getting off just in time for that Gibraltar here, but you can see a lot of action taking place all across Harvester. It's about posturing, it's about bowling people out of position, but on board with Xset. That's the squad on the northwest side, the winners from game number 1. They're holding a snake position themselves as Clayton gets the knock onto Z Davis, but he is caught out. Mooney will answer back. Brought down to just one remaining member, and he gets finished off. Xset, will they be able to recover him, though? He's in a pretty dangerous spot. Clarify still batting up. Does he have a bubble for this res?
I don't know. Was he going for the... Okay, I was like, he's probably going hitting the battery because his bubble is not up, because I'd be like, yo, get me. They're all shooting at me. But, I mean, Kenny with the wingman is phenomenal right there. Those shots were so crispy. He hits the armor shield, he hits for 45, he hits for 38, backs that player down, and backs almost that entire team down just by getting that cover fire in there. So that was really impressive. If he didn't hit those shots, that team would have continued to advance.
Amazing plays right now coming out from all of our squads. Down to 19 squads. Here's round 1. 2 minutes left closing. And we'll see if any more action takes place. Team Intel running into a squad as they're rotating out of Lava City. So who could this be? Is it going to be Timmy's squad on the other side? Find out in just a moment. And it is going to be Team Sheesh. They're backing up right now. Bubbles have been used from either side. The bow check bow out for Timmy of all things, but they are breathing in the gas, and now they are getting pushed inside their bubble. Timmy almost cracked another barrel out, and Timmy's doing a good job clearing them, but he needs to back up his squad. Doob slides in to get the knock on some more. Apreezy is the next one to fall, and Timmy will go down. 19th place Team Intel are happy to take a fight inside these close quarters.
And Timmy's hitting a lot of shots. It's just that if the team is running at you with automatic weapons right there, they're going to continue to play aggressive, and they're not realizing how much damage they're taking. And unfortunately, the rest of the players didn't answer right back because that ult from Skittle Cakes was kind of throwing them off, and they were just tickling on the damage one by one, and there wasn't really any time to heal because the bait and switch was really strong from Team Intel. So unfortunate for Team Sheesh. They're going to end up getting eliminated in 19th place. That was a really clean fight. I mean, honestly, I don't think that there was much that you could do in that situation besides have better weapons. And unfortunately, when you're trying to loot up and get out of there, you also have to deal with a 50-50. You may not leave with your ideal weapons.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they learned the wrong thing from game number 1, picking up that bow check bow, because no one picks it up, so you're going to have plenty of ammo for it, right? They were struggling in the ammo situation coming out of game number 1 from that 50-50. But if he had something else, yeah, he could have definitely done things much differently. But I think for the tools that he had, he was doing a decent job of clearing the barrels, making sure they weren't a threat, but they needed a little bit more. They needed him involved in that fight, and the bow check bow just does not work at those ranges for you. On board with Team Razor, though, as they found a spot inside staging, looking to gatekeep a lot of the squads that are trying to rotate in for this Harvester zone. They did have a team off to their west, so they'll be keeping an eye on that for now. Hakulo taking a much-deserved break as Jared Tricky and Baby Tooley are the ones keeping their sides checked out. Nestle Splash, though, over here at Frag West. They have a team underneath them. The pings are down, and there is one player there. There's a second and a third. So a full 3-man showing up. Over here at Frag, his turns is getting some good damage off with that L-Star.
The L-Star with the 2x, man. He's just controlling that thing pretty well throughout that medium-long range. And it has to be annoying when you're trying to rotate. You're going to have to rotate into another choke. You're going to see so much different gatekeeping along the way. And Splash really isn't worried about that because Turns is playing on that Valkyrie, and they know how difficult it is to get into the zones in this type of situation. So there's no really better high ground than they can get than getting over towards the construction building. And I like this option, but eventually they will have to make a big Valkyrie rotation, and I'm really not quite sure where they could go. It's going to have to be somewhere else on the edge.
Yeah, we can already see teams are playing the choke points right now. Clinical going down. Gibby picks up that kill as 303's escape will finish off Clinical, and you can see 303 is one of the teams playing up the choke right now. They've got to be careful, though, chasing after this one right now because, yeah, the other team is showing up. They instantly swivel onto them, but Kaflon takes a lot of damage there and is forced to bat up. We'll see if Styx just decides maybe to get them out of this situation here. It's going to be incredibly hard to slide down as another team shows up behind them. Fast bubble out from escape to keep him alive with the defensive bombardment as well. They still need to top off. Now this is where I'm thinking maybe you go for that Valk rotate. They're about to run out of time, and it's looking a little bit scary here as the Arc Star connects. No! That was so close. Calf barely surviving there as they're making their rotate in, but just one bullet will take him out, and they are out of dodge. You can see the strength of the Valkyrie in that specific situation. Here's Splash, though, continuing their push. The bubble's out on the other side. Gibraltar by himself, and they are surrounding him. Lightstar Joe will fall. Splash coming in for the third party.
In turns, I don't think he was able to get that armor swap. Maybe one of his teammates took it, but man, if that Arc Star were connected, that would have been huge. You would have had at least 2 knocks throughout all of that. But what a Valkyrie all out of there. Turns coming through with the discipline with the Mastiff, just waiting inside the bubble for the Gibby to strafe back. That was great trigger discipline and map movement, even though he was standing still right there. A nice connection, hitting for a lot of damage. And Turns is looking solid. I mean, he took some time off for a while, came back, and you could see he's way better than when he first was pro, and he's definitely a force on the map. One of our strongest slayers that we had when he was on the Pittsburgh Knights. So it's really impressive to watch him continue to improve.
And the call to watch their back as well, just in case we have any more late rotates coming in from the northern side. Inside Harvester, we have Renegades, of course. Quick rotate out for them, coming out from Tree, and they're holding the south side right now. So for them, you know, this is going to be one of those just respond to where this ring pulls. It's so hard to call here because you do have some new rings that have been poking its head up. That eastern edge. Harvester, you have the snake endings as well, and that ping that they have going down on the west side of Harvester on top. Basically right there, but they're in a good spot right now. They've got a charge rifle, they've got purples, and they have plenty of ammunition to try and get those red evos for the late game.
Harvester is one of those tricky zones. There's just so many teams that could coexist over here, and like you said, there's so many different options on where that zone could move. Having a charge rifle is great with this type of ammo in this situation. You could see the presence that you could have. You continue to just charge this thing up, eventually get over towards the red armor. They have the replicator there. It's just a perfect scenario to be in right now for Renegades if they could get one of these zones that isn't basically where TSM originally started setting up when we first switched screens to them. So that's kind of where they're zooming in right now. That would be a very long trek across the map, and it does pull away from them. So now things are going to get super crazy on Harvester side.
Yeah, so that ping down that they had beforehand, that's basically the position they really want to try and play off of here. It gives you vision onto the high ground teams, but we'll see probably a lot of fighting over that high ground hill just outside to the northwest of Harvester as well. For now, Renegades just want to gatekeep the teams coming in from the eastern edge, getting some decent chip damage off, 362 away from getting a red Evo for himself, and he still has plenty of ammo to play off of. These guys, they're just going for these ego peeks up against a Gibraltar that has his arm shield, that has a charge rifle. At some point, you tell your team to back off.
And there's a lot of people that you could go and shoot right now. So unfortunately, these are looking good. I feel like he's getting absolutely robbed, pal. I will vouch for these shots. That's more like it. 82. I swear those first ones before that were still solid and connecting. TSM's actually getting some help from POW as well, as they're continuing to gatekeep over towards this side. They've been locked inside the snake area for a while now, and they've been looking for kills and waiting for teams to get flushed out over towards this backhand side. But eventually, they're going to end up getting flushed out as well. So it's all about timing here, and Hal has tons of experience in terms of how to go and play this one, when they need to go and rotate. And there's always this internal clock for TSM on what to do. So I'm looking forward to seeing what type of rotation they make, because it's going to come down to Hal kind of sticking his nose out right there. Snipedown's going to have to hit some scans when he asks for them, and they've gotten pretty far right there. I mean, that was a decent amount. They got some good intel right there, but it's going to be a tough rotation for TSM.
Yeah, they're going to have a team to their back right now, and more often than not, if they don't deal with it fast, they end up having to default to a position outside that northwest snake holding the wall, and you have teams coming up behind you, and you feel extremely exposed, which is why he's trying to play the inside a little bit more due to their experience in the past. Yeah, and they've lost out on the timing for this, Tom. This is looking incredibly dire because they're not getting the scans on this side from Snipedown because he's so busy dealing with the team behind them. Here's Intel, though, playing off of that landslide tunnel, and they've got the bubble down just in case. They've got barrels there as well. A lot of teams starting to show up now, and it's about Intel trying to find these kill points from this position.
I mean, this is a great spot. The only thing you have to worry about is that right there. The grenades potentially coming up there. They have that little ledge to play. Nice spray with the flat line. But you can see that little lip to go and play. If a grenade makes it into that little crevice, it's going to be like bowling pins, and they're going to pop right out towards everybody, especially if it's a frag. That's why I like that barrel placement right there. If they could just use that to kind of create a little blockade, that could potentially stop grenades from coming through, as TSM now makes the rotation, now takes the fight over towards the side. It's all out brawl inside this bubble, and it looks like it's going to be Renegades involved in this one. Saucer with the original knock. Snipedown needs to fly in. He also has to reload. Prowler in hand, though. Can he take this down? He does. Third party coming through there. That's going to be Era, Bowser, Stunny, and Tech cleaning that one up. I'm not quite sure exactly where they were set up, but either way, great timing to come and get all that loot.
Ooh, 303 backing off now onto that push onto Intel. They already got the knock onto Skittle Cakes, and they still have that that first jump pad they used to get up there. Sticks needing a little bit of time to get that Phoenix kit off, and Escape is going to show up to just back him up just in case. Nades going in. They've got to be careful about the team rotating in from Landfly, but that's a big connect. Verhulst going down now. It's all about the timing from this team inside the tunnel. Did they overcommit onto this one? They're going to use that Q to get up, and now Sticks is there, as it looks like 303 do finish off Team Intel, but they've traded. They've kept track of the kill feed as well. That team inside the tunnel, everything's being used on him, and that gas just ticking away. Fearing Live will pick that one up.
3 kills.
Splash.
He got all 3 of those kills right there. Great grenades. Goes up there with the caustic gas as well. They were a little confused because there was barrels from the previous team from Intel. So when you see more gas, you're like, why isn't this gas going away? I swear we just killed this caustic. Is this a glitch? No, that's just another caustic coming up there doing some great plays. And we know how important these games are to Team Pop Darts and Splash. So this is a big game from Fearing, already with 6 kills and still 9 squads remaining.
Yeah, this could be a big bounce back game for them leading into the rest of this season. Xset not looking to really coexist with Nestle, but they're going to be forced back. Clean has been cracked. They need to buy time to heal as well, and they're electing to go for the slow heals for now. Nestle are happy with that spot, but here they go, actually going for the peaks. Arm shield has been cracked on the other side. Re-peek out as Clarify is going to punish him just a little bit, and another repeat coming out, but he himself gets dropped down to 125, and they're just fighting over this as Fearing Live is trying to walk them down with these barrels. He's going to go ahead and leapfrog those forward, pop that one, pick one up, and then throw again. As Turns is watching their back. Here's Kenny, though, trying to slow down this push, throwing in that EMP. And now Nestle have to worry about another team showing up behind them as well, the defensive bombardment. Again, this one little corner of the map has been defensive bombarded about 4 or 5 times already. Era controlling that high ground just outside of Harvester, walking in. Now Nestle Splash again, trying to walk down Xset. Oh!
Ooh. Man, I mean, imagine if Fearing Live was playing Caustic in game number 1. They probably would have won the game, and he would have had a ton of kills. Remember how many people were sitting down below him. He could have been chucking barrels this entire time. And this is something that they needed. I mean, Finicky plays an amazing caustic for NA as well. Splash is looking so strong in this game, and you're seeing if you have a strong caustic on your team, what you can do. The advance of the barrels was perfect right there. Speaking of caustic, we have another one over here. Flanker, he's down. Batteries being popped by Nocturnal. Bowser with the wingman has been going absolutely nutty today. It's so nice and refreshing seeing players continue to use the wingman, which is still my favorite weapon next to the Halo 1 pistol of all time. Liquid, though, they're trying to hold these players off because the zone is right next to them. We saw an ending very similar to this yesterday.
They have a team inside that respawn building as well, and they can't deal with them quite yet. The peek out coming out from Crummy. They got the knock onto Flanker. Now things are falling apart. Bubble has been used here. Nocturnal trying his best to survive. Avoids that and dips out, but he's getting shot at range and ultimately goes down. Rockstar will pick up 2 kills on to Team Liquid right now. Fun is the only one still alive, and he's still fighting, getting the knock onto Crummy there. And here's the res out. We'll see if they have the gold bag for themselves. Maybe get him back in quickly. They do not, until this reset is just so bad for them. Era is able to come in for the cleanup onto that one. We're down to 5 squads remaining now. Zone 5 starts closing in. Bowser needs a little bit of help, but it does seem like, nope, never mind. G2 Resulta's got that. G7 Scout, they're playing inside the crevice here. Nades up to try and punish that team as Bowser gets finished off by Hakulo.
Really nice job there from G2 playing this crevice that we've seen really good teams play, and then we've also seen teams scrounge down here with just a team of 2 trying to survive and rat it out as long as possible. As that looks like what Greek's doing over towards the edge here. Still doesn't have any health meds, trying to get back in towards the zone. G2 now finds a little bit of safe haven over here, and their back's going to be clear towards the zone. They're going to still have their bubble for now, and if they need to make some sort of rotation, Gentrify could potentially port them out of there. But I believe it was Razor yesterday that won this zone, and it looks like they're coming from the same area that they did before.
And we talked about that crevice before and how strong it can be, but it all comes down to the game state. Yesterday, not as safe. Today, it was a little bit safer just because of the amount of teams that were alive, fighting for the high ground positions, making them too busy to try and deal with you below. Now here we go, the final ring, Team Razor. They've got that team, I believe, was that Nessie Splash that are playing just underneath the banners there. They need to worry about them. That's going to be one of their biggest worries when it comes to rotating in for this one, for the final slow circle. You can see everything being set up. Greek has been
He's over there,
out.
everybody, he's over there. I swear there's a rat over there. Just start like making noise so that they get focused and it could just be a straight up 3-on-3, because the rat does play a big part of this type of scenario. I mean, you can see he's adding pressure on over towards that. Now everyone's going to focus on where they are, and the portal's going to come in from gentrifying. So I really like this, but when you look at how this zone's moving in and the way that this map is situated right now, Team Razor has a huge advantage.
Okay, Splash used that redeploy to get right on top of Greek, took him out, and now they're going to try and force G2 to fight. But Razor, seeing that they actually gave up that position, will go ahead and play off this car here. And so it's going to be G2 committing onto Splash very shortly here. Bubble's already been forced out from the Splash side. And it's going to be Splash actually pushing the issue onto G2 now. And Razor are looking at that kill feed, looking to just take advantage of this fight. The defensive bombardment has been used. Now Zeratrick, he's going to set up himself a nice off angle with this port in just a moment here to try and fight off the last 2 teams remaining. Gibby getting the knock onto Designful. Splash is taking a lot of damage, and there's the trade. This should be Team Razor coming in for the third party now as Resulta takes out Gibby. Turns fall throughout all of this, and now here's Razor looking for the cleanup. They're going to secure all the bodies on the ground, get all the kills as well. What a great game. Team Razor cleaning up for game number 2.
Everybody played that so well, from Splash coming outside the tunnel, G2 coming out of the crevice, everybody kind of taking what they were getting, and then Razor understanding the situation. If they can get that high ground and slow move in and keep that all action in front of them, they played that perfectly. But you could see it wasn't as easy as it could have been, and that just goes to show all these players are trying to stay alive as long as possible. G2 is doing crazy plays, portaling back and forth. I really like the play from Splash to go and send it and get that extra KP over towards the side, make sure they're securing that extra placement point, because I think they were 20 points down before we started with Pop-Tarts, and every placement, every kill matters for them.
Yeah, it was a great game for Splash there, despite not getting the win, getting a top finish with a lot of kills as well. So we'll find out where they end up on the leaderboard. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E right after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Verholst, and if you want to win, you gotta go Intel.
That means he has to reload. That means resources have been spent. And that means you have an opportunity to push up if you're Verholst. Where's the rest of the pressure coming in from Intel? Dupe's gonna get knocked. The rest of the players starting to push up on RKT's side, and it looks like Intel is gonna take the game.
But Intel will be able to secure this. Cheez-It are knocked out. They need to get Duke back up. The third party is already showing up. Great damage out with this EVA 8 from Verholst.
If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Welcome back, folks. Razor with a big victory there in game number 2, and they're looking to catch up to Xset, who won our first one of the day. Very exciting finishes to the first 2 games so far, and sets us up for what plans to be an awesome Final Four here of the day. Let's check out our next player of the game here, going to somebody likely on Team Razor, and I'm going to guess probably Mr. Hakulo. He continues to be one of the contenders for the Slayer title here in Series E this season, and he's going to add another 4 kills to his resume here this time around. 4 kills, 0 assists for him, just over 2,000 damage in that game, and Mr. Hakulo continues to lead the way. Just a shame to see that he and Zera will be parting ways at the end of the season. This is a duo that has been together since the origin of Series E, and they have been incredible together through these 3 seasons, and Zera and Hakulo just continue to set each other up for success, and a big part of the victory that they grab here in game number 2. We'll have to see how things shake out on our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Tom and Jamerson. But if you guys want to check the leaderboard out at any point during our shows here, you can use ! leaderboard in Twitch chat at any time. It'll link you to our live leaderboard over at esportsarena.com. So make sure to make use of that. If you pop into a game, you don't know what the current state of the competition is, just ! leaderboard is all that you need. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, the final game of the first half here as Intel Week continues.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the release. I was only about a week late into the release, and I started playing because me and my friend was bored, and we saw the game just came out, and we wanted to try it.
That for now. Bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like they might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock.
The role I perform for my squad is the main IGL. I IGL with Skittles. He has amazing calls, so we probably IGL together. It's a co-IGL. And I'm a support / fragger. I either run in first with my Gibby Dome, or I'm supporting one of my boys with R301 from long distance.
Huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
The main legends I usually play in competitive or ranked in Apex Legends is either Gibby, Wraith, or Pathfinder. I played them all at a high level, and I love all 3 of those champions. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back to Series E. 2 games down, 4 games left to go. Let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard because we had some great performances there in game number 2. And with that win, will it put Razor up on top? We'll find out in just a moment as we get the leaderboard in just a moment. Oh, they're 4 points down from Team X Set. And so we have Nestle Splash as well with a great performance, now put themselves in 3rd place, Tom.
It's going to be a tight race, and it's going to be interesting to watch how the teams that are on the right side make their way up, especially teams like TSM, Liquid, Renegades, and Team Sheesh, who's got their 50-50 going on. So it's still a lot of games to be played. Honestly, we've had 2 completely different zones, and it's been exciting to see how the teams pick that apart. Again, Razor, they've been a really, really strong team in terms of end game and all these different facets. Era came through with some really great third parties. The big story really right now is Splash putting up some serious points with Pop-Tarts having a goose egg.
Yeah, they're cutting into that lead that actually they might have overtaken them. I wanted to take a look at the cumulative leaderboard in just a moment to see if they actually overtook them because it was super close between those 2 teams. And yeah, Nestle Splash are now in the 4th place spot. Pop-Tarts, after 4 or 5 weeks of being in that 4th place spot, have finally been taken down a peg, quite literally. But it's a 6-point advantage that now Splash have on them. So we'll see if Pop-Tarts can come back in the next 4 games. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of game number 2. And it was TSM getting caught up in the scramble during this rotate as the ring closes.
Yeah, we saw their rotation and how tough it was going to be, and they took the fight. Snipetown really clutched it out in this situation, but Eric comes through, swoops through, gets all of these kills, and gets the loot afterwards. As you can see the finish coming through right there. There's not much you can do against a squad of 3 with 1 HP. Impossible at that type of situation, but still a nice job and a nice rotation. I mean, they went fairly far, and Hal was owning a lot of real estate. I wonder if they would have played down low a little bit earlier, what would have happened? But even then, when you get down towards the bottom part of Harvester, that's one of those positions where it's really last on your checklist. So if you could have fought through this, survived, got the reses, you really don't know what TSM would have been able to do. So that's just nice positioning and timing from Era.
Yeah, if they were able to continue to play that spot off, maybe they had a chance fighting for that high ground. They'll be able to jump pad up there and contest that one. But this is just a typical Harvester ending, right? I mean, it's so hard to tell. When I say typical, I mean it's just this madness, this chaos, because so many teams are taking positions inside Harvester. You're waiting for that next ring to reveal itself. You don't really have access to beacons if you're, able to get the scans. It's just so hard to predict this one specific zone. So you play the position that you're used to, and that's what they did. They played the Northeast Snake. It ended up pulling away from them, and then they had to deal with it. So a lot of teams ended up showing up here inside that south part of the ring, but it looks like we are ready for game number 3. So let's go ahead and join on board with our boys from Team Razor, getting that win in game number 2 as we head into game number 3.
Yeah, it was a great job by Razor. They came from that respawn building and kind of made their way over towards from the high ground, and it was just impressive to watch them just maneuver throughout all of that. And then again, having 2 really, really solid teams, G2, which doesn't lose many fights, and then you have Splash, who's been on fire. But right now, I'm thinking what, Pop-Tarts' mental is. Are they a little bit concerned, or, are they going to be able to get it together? Because you can't continue to just not get any points here. If Splash continues to have really strong games, you're going to fall very far behind, and it's going to give them a lot of confidence going forward. And they rich get richer right now. Splash is going to be able to get that zone. You see where Turns is, and they're going to be stoked to see that they are basically in a perfect position to win this game. They have the caustic, they have the composition for it. If they can recognize this zone, I see a huge game for Splash.
Here's that 50-50 taking place once again down by launch site, though. As you can see, that game plan that I was talking about for Team Sheesh, about trying to control a little bit more space up north and force the fight earlier on. Timmy did split, it looked like, with the team allowing the Charlotte Phoenix squad to actually rotate out to the western side. So now that he's disconnected, he's got to be play a little bit more carefully. Here's RKT, though, getting themselves into trouble up against the the Knights, as they're getting bullied out of Lava Siphon.
And this is what we've seen before from the Knights. They hunted them down in game number 1. They're doing it again here in game number 3. Not able to connect right there with the scout shots, unfortunately, but that 2-4X can do some work at a handful of different ranges. So I like this angle coming up there and continuing to push and just bully these teams out of there. And what a great angle coming through here, but not able to connect. If he could just hit a couple more, that player is basically dead. It's the worst situation, though, when you don't have a mag on this one. I swear you shoot twice as better when you have even a gray mag on the scout.
Yeah, this was the same spot that I believe they were able to catch up to the team before, but this time around, it does seem like they were able to possibly make it over to No Name. I'd be surprised they ran straight into Frag East, but the fight is taking place down here. Sheesh have lost out on Timmy, and I think that they might have actually been able to get the res on the other side. They had traded, but Timmy got thirsted, so it was that disconnect. Once again, he was not able to make it back to his squad. So now it's going to be Sheesh playing up from behind as a prize, sliding down, gets cracked more. He should be relatively safe. They do at least secure the beacon of Timmy, so they can try to run over the tree. They can try to run over a thermal station, get the res onto him there.
I think Moore's looking to get the res immediately already. Timmy's the type of person that's like, hey, just plug me back in there. Let's get it going. I want to fight these guys, but you got to be careful about the situation if you can't get any weapons, and it is. Timmy's like, hey, let's just do it right here. He's going right for it. It doesn't matter. I love that confidence coming in from Timmy. Just give me a gun in my hand, and I'll be able to go with my gray armor that I land with. Now we see what's going on with the fight that just doesn't end. They're continuing the chase over here, this time over towards the fragment. Broken building. Oh, my goodness. The Prowler shots from Guild were just so smooth. Great tracking.
Oh, they do end up finishing off that squad, and you saw that there was sniper fire from the north, and it's going to be TSM showing up as they want to take advantage of this, not allowing them much time to really try and recover here, but TSM have to be careful themselves. Snipe Down is still sitting on that white armor. Scan out from him as the bubble's been used. So moment of weakness coming up against that squad. They're going to be ready to push out. You can see Imperial Hell wants to go for it, but other teams are showing up, and they have lost their opportunity for this. They do have the jump pad down on the low ground, so if they want to get out of here, they can try to use that. I'd be really surprised they hard commit onto this fight. Almost getting the crack, but after that, they're going to try and push that port, but it's already been taken, so they back away safely into that train tunnel, excuse me, the train station. Another team is just going to be looking on for now, so TSM not getting much off of this third-party attempt. Maybe Snipe Down is getting close to that blue armor for himself, but good attempt out from TSM to come in for the third party.
Yeah, and if Snipetown had a little bit better armor, I guarantee he could have been able to play a little bit aggressive. But at that given point in time, you really just have to depend on Hal and reps to create some sort of opening, because if you get knocked in the middle of Fragment on this kill feed, everybody's going to go and collapse over towards that building. So I like that discipline coming in from all these players. Even Hal, I thought he was going to be a madman and take that portal. Even if he did, I wouldn't doubt if he was able to slay those players in there. But it was a great queue out. You were a little bit concerned about the Wraith crossing across the map right there, but instead they do get all three players out. And sometimes if you don't take that portal directly when it gets popped, players like Hal are going to punish you for that. So he went there, understood, hey, if we all drop on this 2 versus 3, we could take this fight if they're messing up and even a second off of this portal. So great plays basically from all of the teams around here. And now they're going to have to reconsider what to do. I mean, there's loot down there. The train station's already taken. They see where the next zone is going to be as well. So it's going to be another tough rotation for TSM. They may even consider playing the edge and taking more fights.
Yeah, they do have the beacon to play off of right here on the Broken Diner. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they do stick around here and hold this one down to go for that bubble scan a bit later on. But it does seem like they do want to cross and start making their way into the zone, start making their way into Frag West now and play off those positions. A lot of buildings that they have to clear out along the way, especially as this ring starts pulling up towards Survey Camp. Speaking of the northern pole, though, here's Team Liquid making their way through the Skyhook train tunnel for now. They do have a team ahead of them and going to try and walk forward with this Fuse. Fun's been pulling it out, and it's been interesting to see them play off of it.
I want to see what he's capable of. I mean, he's definitely one of the more annoying players in the lobby to play against when you're stuck inside of that ring of fire. But Dottie's stuck in a tough spot right here. Great spray with the flatline. Gets taken out. This is going to be Team Intel. Skill Cakes is in the vicinity, but he gets knocked immediately by Zach Mazer. Dupe's going to answer that one with a flush over towards the side. And now Alberle is forced to go and immediately push outside the building. He does get the finish. Will he be able to get the banner, though? I'm not quite sure. That's third party from Applejacks is looking extremely well timed. Defensive bombardment and scan are going to come through. I believe this is going to be heroes. That could be them to try to get that finish. Meanwhile, Snipe Down actually gets finished by the Knights in your kill feed too. So a lot of different fights taking place over here. We knew TSM was in a weird predicament with them being trapped in between getting the scans and having to push over towards the zone. So hopefully they're going to be able to get Snipe Down back in, and Zach Mazer does get flushed out finally. So nice fight by C9, but the timing is there for Applejacks, and they're going to need as many kills and points as they can get.
Al's still alive, and he's still a big threat, taking out one from Xset here, but for how much longer? He secures that thirst. Reps gets the kill onto Klein. So now TSM bouncing back and actually securing this position. And, you know, got to be playing over down by that bridge. Here's Kenny, the only one still alive for his squad. We'll see if he can recover the banners. He is on the crypto, but he needs to wait out for that port before anything else happens to them. It looks like the Knights will be able to finish him off as Reps and Imperial Hell do go down. So this is his opportunity. He's going to try and get the banners with this drone. Will the Knights clear it? As it's Rockstar there trying to gatekeep Team Liquid, slowly creeping up with those barrels once again. As you can see, charge rifles being used. Fuse with that Q, forcing rollers out of position as well. They are going to be out of those Fuse Qs. So a little less aerial denial for them as they do slowly push up with this Caustic. Now there's another Q coming out from him and flushing out one of them and separating them actually. We'll see if they can actually note that one player is isolated on the left-hand side. Liquid, though, forced back because of all the nades. So a lot of utility is going into this fight right now. Both teams are going to be starved out after the end of this one.
They're going to definitely be out of grenades throughout all of that. And I'm really curious where Splash is set up and if the ring continues to pull over towards them, because I want to see how many barrels they have and what kind of action they've been able to get in terms of resources, armors, etc., etc. But Rockstar is still getting kind of poked at, and Fun's going to come through with the wingman. So this fight is continuing. Aves is going to have to hit that bubble res. Will Liquid continue to press forward? Ooh, looks like they're out of position right now, so they will. Nocturnal's going to go, and you can see the Q coming in behind Crummy, so he can't go and retreat back to his team. So very nicely done by Team Liquid.
They get the knock, and they continue to push forward now, looking to get this thirst at the very least. And the speed that they did it at was super important. They noted they kept an eye on the Skyhook side to see if anyone was coming in, leaving those barrels behind them just in case as well. No one really tripping those. And good discipline coming out from Nocturnal here, double checking that Skyhook side, making sure that they're not vulnerable from there. So Liquid are able to hold down this train tunnel position. We'll find out where this ring pulls, though. We haven't taken a good look at the third ring quite yet. Up here on the northeast, though, for Nestle Splash, this is where they're playing off of right now, over towards Climatizer. And so they're going to be playing the slow side, as most teams have rotated in, basically given up this position. Yeah. They'll have that opportunity with the Valkyrie, of course, to just rotate in once they get the reveal on the next ring, and see why. There we go.
Never got a scan. I really feel like, unfortunately, for Splash, they never got an early scan to go and find out where ring number 2 is going to go, and now we see where ring number 3 is going to go. And it's a great position right now for Team Liquid. I think that they predicted this very well. I was hoping for Splash's sake that they were going to go and play that train tunnel, and I was expecting them to collapse that entire time for some sort of third party, but they do end up going more over towards that survey side, and now they're going to have a little bit more work cut out for them as Era's taking a fight where we saw the zone end not that long ago, and they did play very well over towards that Harvester side, so they are in the running. Bowser's been popping off with the wingman. Looks like Stunny's not afraid to use the wingman either.
Yeah, trying to gatekeep the squad and keep this side of the zone as clear as possible, dealing with that tunnel team, trying to force them into Skyhook. Might have plays for that beacon building just to their northeast right now. You can see the pings going across for them, watching their back as well. So they can't hard commit on to this at any point, really. Another team can show up from that landslide area, but this first initial threat, as the scan goes down, is the players inside the tunnel. You can see they're doing a great job playing that sniper post, making sure that no one's coming up behind them. Bowser is also keeping an eye on that fragment side. And so it's just about keeping teams in check as Charlotte Phoenix now move their way into that Frag West zone. Ring does pull away from Frag West, so we might have that classic huge scramble here in Fragment with all the teams that have decided to set up shop here.
Yeah, it's going to happen 1,000%. You're going to have teams over towards the choke. That's why Charlotte Phoenix is a little bit concerned. They see where that ring's going to go and pull. They know where teams are going to come from. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 just on that side, and then there's going to be more teams over towards your right-hand side and in front of you. So, unfortunately, they're not able to get to 3-2-1 as they're still going to continue to charge up that Evo shield, and now everybody knows where you're located at. So planning has to come from Kodagami and Stink right now, and Greek's going to have to start hitting some scans so they can figure out where they're going to get into the zone.
Yeah, the scan comes out from their east. There's a team to their north right now. I think that might be X set on top of that building there, as they do throw out that Q, try to get some information about where everyone is right now. Charlotte Phoenix, typically when they have this ring pull, they end up in this exact same situation again. Team gatekeeping from the building, they end up in that mad scramble up the hill, trying to get up towards Survey, trying to get up towards that platform, and it's Nestle Splash now, just controlling the eastern side, playing slow zone just outside of Survey camp right now. As you can see, they did get the purple for Gibby, so it makes the late game fighting a little bit easier, but they need to start working on fearing live and turns. They're still sitting on the blues, but this team have been consistent, if not anything else today, about getting to the late game. We'll see if they can do it 3 games in a row.
And their patience is paying off right now, and it's been a very slow game. So, like you said, once all these players have to rotate out of Fragment, that's where we're going to see just a huge brawl. And it's about 30 seconds away as this zone is starting to move. Our first fights are taken inside of the building where they're coexisting. It's going to be Knights going against a team of 3. It looks like that is the Charlotte Phoenix as well. That's going to be Greek Kodagami going down, Stink as well. Armor swap's going to come through fairly quickly. Great scan coming in as well from Guild. Guild's been really impressive. I mean, the timing was on point. Which team is this, though? Horizon. Could that be Timmy coming through? It is Team Sheesh.
Yeah, they're getting some decent damage off, and there's the first knock onto Bronzy, and sad to see brothers fighting brothers here as Bronzy goes down to Timmy's squad. Can they punish this knock, though? They're taking the time to go for the reset. He did go down inside that elevator shaft, but he does safely make it out. The Thermite finally connecting there. Timmy going to use that Q, make sure they don't get pushed. Actually, it's going to be the ultimate going down, pulling them in, finishing off Bronzy there. So now it's a 3v2. Need to finish this fight quickly now. 20 seconds left to go as the zone starts closing in on them. And they still have to worry about the duo here. Again, a 2v3 is still troublesome, but now you add in the zone closing in on you as well. Timmy trying to separate the squad. The bubble has been used, and they get the knock onto Breezy, but they need to, the knock goes down onto Breezy, and they need to get him up quickly here. As you can see, the zone is starting to hurt a lot. Timmy trying to dodge a lot of the damage coming out from the ring right now. The high ground teams just getting in on them, as Timmy will be able to finish off the Knights, but he still needs to recover himself. G2 pushing the beacon building now. They've gotten 2 knocks onto 303. Designful will go ahead and just secure the thirst up top.
Nice plays coming in from Timmy. Nice plays coming in from G2 as well. Unfortunately, Timmy is going to get dropped. You can see Phony's going to drop that one with the alternator. And the alternator is just putting in work for the G2 squad. taken over with the portal over towards this building. Not easy to do. The res happening around the corner. He's going to be aware of that one as well. Is it a gold bag res? It's not. The armor swap not coming in for golden, and there's not much you can do when Designful is in your face like that, and the rest of the players are going to follow up. Great plays from G2 and 5 kills overall for Designful.
We have Applejack still alive in this game right now, playing on the southeast side of the zone, looking to make a play for that train platform. Classic circle here in game number 3. We have Team Liquid alive controlling the train tunnel, G2 controlling the beacon building. Right now, the big issue is going to be for teams like Applejacks along with Team Intel that are outside of the zone. And you can see that there's a huge pileup now coming out from Survey Camp side for those teams that decided to hole up in those buildings. They need to find a spot, but these teams have incredibly strong dominant positions to try and force people out. Here's Team Pringles making a play for that beacon building. Is it G2 on the other side of this fight right now as Phony dropping down low, 10 HP on that Gibraltar, backs away into the bubble. He's disconnected now as the Arc Stars come out. They buy enough time for Phony to get that bat off, go for that full reset. Phony still, he's blinking on that HP bar as he goes for that peak. G2 back away, back inside that building. And so this fight will just fizzle for now, allowing both sides to just top off and reset for the zone to start closing in.
It's an extremely important fight to try to win this one out. And that was so close right there to going down on the Pringles side. G2 is looking really solid in terms of their bubble fighting, but you also saw a great play by all of the members on Pringles not to overextend their body and get too caught up on the players over towards their right-hand side, as one player was just wingmanning over towards the front. So now Pringles survives for now, and let's see what kind of real estate they decide to take. It looks like Fury's going to go for the roof, which is definitely a solid play right here. There's actually more loot on the roof too. And I like this. Going from the low ground to the high ground, now he can get the rest of his team up here.
Now, speaking of high ground, here's Nestle Splash about to fall right into Team Liquid, but it was actually Pow from Renegades getting that knock onto Gibby here. Liquid poking their head outs, trying to get any kind of kills as Turns just watches on. Gonna try and rat here. Fearing Live is still alive though, and looks like he's able to pop that res and try to get Gibby back into this, but now he is getting pushed. Has all the barrels going throughout all of this as Gibby gets finished off by Renegades. And so he's gonna be left to rat this one out. Renegades though, they will survive that gas as it does end, taking him out and go for that reset. Now their big fear and big concern is going to be Applejacks down to their south as Team Pringles now trying to make the entry onto G2 inside the beacon building. Bubbles out from both sides as Fury has taken low. Phony gets the first knock onto Resulta, but they've answered back. How much damage has been done across to the other side here as now they push forward with that Eva AIDS. He gets the knock onto Designful, but Gentrifying will be able to clutch this one up. No third parties in the area quite yet. Never mind, Pop-Tarts have shown up. Bubble here. It's going to be the 1v3 as Pop-Tarts, they need to secure the thirst on the ground, or do they just go for that 1 KP off of Designful? As he backs away though, Applejacks come in for the third party of their own. They get the knock onto Z Davis, and they're the ones picking up these kills onto them. Oso Rated R dropped a little bit low, but Pop-Tarts will get finished off. We're now down to our final 4 squads remaining. We got Razor, we got Liquid, we got Pop-Tarts, and Applejacks as well alive now as Razor controlling the fences. They've got the zone.
Razor does this so often where they have been just playing so smart towards the end of the games, and they're capable of fighting over towards the edge. They're good at predicting where these go, and now they're going to probably do a great job of executing in this type of situation too. I'd be surprised if Razor ends up blowing this one. Honestly, it's their game to lose. They have great positioning right now. Unfortunately there for Pop-Tarts, like you said, Jamerson, there was a lot of points up for grabs right there. I mean, the 2 flushes on the ground are gone. You get the 1 kill on Designful, but that could have been easy 3 kills. You could have potentially even fended off the third party, but Applejacks was there spoiling the party. Liquid on this high ground. They've been in such good position for a while now, playing out of the train tracks, being a nuisance, now popping up, looking for some kills. Remember, they were taking teams down inside of the train tunnel before, so they have a decent amount of KP and fun. Obviously, feeling good about this fuse, and it's a good position to be right now. I mean, look at this. He has everybody in front of him. He could just rip these players apart. Meanwhile, we're going to see Nocturnal take over towards the high ground. Liquid is running all over the map like madmen.
Now it's just going to come down to basically these last 2 teams. Applejacks have been torn apart. And it's going to be Liquid versus Team Razor. Liquid, you have that high ground angle. They've got the caustic as well. Will they be able to get the Nox gas grenade up? Fun is working towards that ring of fire as well, closing off the time. Zara Tricky gets thirsted. It's a 3v2 for Team Liquid now as they push up, forcing out the bubble. Hakulo and Baby Tuli just waiting the inevitable, pushing out. Big crack out onto Hakulo as Fun will be able to get this last kill in just a moment. Team Liquid will take game number 3.
Great game by Team Liquid right there. They took the train tunnel, they played it perfectly, and somehow the fuse just ended up working perfectly in that type of situation. You see the way that they were able to get that Nox gas grenade right when you called for it. Basically, the wingman shots were on point. I think Nocturnal taking that high ground definitely threw Team Razor off right there, but that was all out commotion. These teams have played that zone so many different times, and Team Liquid getting on the board.
Yeah, and that was another top finish for Team Razor as well. Remember, the winners of game number 2. So did they do enough to sneak away that first place position? Before we head into the half, let's go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be able to announce the Mobile One leaderboard right after this.
In Apex Legends since the game first came out, and I just started playing as a hobby. It was a new game that came out and decided to try it out, and I figured out I was pretty good at it.
Record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one. As we see the L-Star.
I usually main Valkyrie and Comp so that we can use her ultimate for rotations, and then depending on the lobby we're in, I might swap out to Octane. And my favorite gun has got to be the Spitfire. Can't beat the 50 bullet clip in it.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix, almost taking on Skid.
It's been night and day from my last team, and it's just great being able to actually play competitive with 2 players that I can trust to perform when I need them to. If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Fresh flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, everyone. Yay, so here, game 3 all done there. Team Liquid grabbing a victory here at the halfway point of Pro Night here on Intel Week. So a big win for them, and we don't have any repeat winners so far, so things should be very interesting at the top of our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back over to Tom and Jamerson here in a few. But let's check out our player of the game for game number 3 coming from Team Liquid here. It's going to go to Nocturnal. 4 kills, 5 assists, and over 1,700 damage in that game. Big game for Liquid, and this is a squad that is really starting to build some consistency. If you guys remember, obviously, Albert Laley used to compete with this team, left after ALGS championships back in June, and they brought on Fun, and they've been playing together for close to 2 months at this point, or approaching kind of that 2-month mark, and really seems like they're starting to settle in. They've got a first place under their belt on a Series E Pro Night so far this season. They're looking to add another one to the resume, and they continue to build on just a strong core there with Flanker and Nocturnal, and that's a big win for them. And we'll have to see if they can keep things rolling through the final 3 games of the day. Do want to remind you folks, if you want to grab some Esports Arena swag, maybe you want to get an Intel jersey, just like I'm rocking here today, or some other good stuff, you can head over to shop.esportsarena.com today. And if you use promo code Intel15 at all the rest of this week, you can get 15% off your order. So shop.esportsarena.com, promo code Intel15. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the second half of the day as 3 games stand between us and a champion here during Intel Week.
I've been playing Apex Legends since day 1, and I found it by just scrolling through Xbox games because I was bored one day and I saw Apex and I just tried it out and I fell in love, and it was just the best game I've ever played.
We'll see if they've been able to get the res on the other side. Good disruption with that. But Rolders, they will take out the dupe. Verhulst now is going to push in for the 1v2. Skittlecakes will not bat up as he wants to join in for this fight. The flank out as well, and they will be able to finish them off.
The champion that I play is Bloodhound, and the guns that I run are, my favorite 2 guns to run has to be the Volt and the EVA 8.
Now, and Verhulst is going to climb up on the side of the building to take the roof down. Skittlecakes took a lot of damage, but he was just a distraction for Verhulst here. 2 down on the RCO side.
The role I play for my team has to be the fragger, probably, because I'm on the controller, so in close range situations, I'm always trying to output the most damage with guns like the Volt and the EVA. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E here for Intel Week. Just before the half, we had Team Liquid getting on the board with a big win in game number 3. So let's check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand now, as we had a lot of teams clamoring for that top 2 position, and they don't find themselves in the top 2, but they're very close. Right now, it's Team Razor standing atop everyone else right now in first place with 38 points. G2 and XSET are currently tied for second with 31 points overall. Splash now in 4th place with 29. Team Liquid, after that win, they've propelled themselves up to 5th place, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, Team Razor is kind of leaving off where they started yesterday. They were playing so well yesterday. It was impressive to watch. G2, they're always going to be at the top of the leaderboard. They're consistent, one of the most consistent teams that we have in North America. And then we have, again, Splash is the team to watch out for, and Team Pop Darts right now. Pop Darts at least got the goose egg off the table and is rocking 6 points. And Liquid finally on the board from the previous game. I, again, was talking about Knights before the day started. And I really think that Bronzy has what it takes to continue to play at a really, really high level. I think that Era is showing what they have today, too. These partner teams on the right-hand side, especially Team Intel, I'm rooting for, though. Hopefully they can turn things back around after halftime.
Yeah, Team Intel right now are kind of, performing how they usually do on Pro Night. They're halfway basically towards their Pro Night average, which is around 25 points. And so they're halfway there at 13 points. We'll see if they can pick things up. I mean, they've been trying to make these calls for the center zone, but, you know, with a lot of other squads that play that way, they run into a lot more resistance than I think that they're used to when they end up playing on the open nights. But I like their idea for what they were doing is just too many teams ended up being over in that survey camp area. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3, though. And it was just this excellent push out from G2, controlling this building here and then quickly pivoting for any third parties as well. This was just an excellent fight for G2.
It was, and they ended up taking more fights as the game went on, but they ended up dying inside of the building, unfortunately. This was so clean, well-executed, designful, was just on top of things with the alternator. You see him, he's going to push inside here and finish these last 2 players off as the res is going through too. So this was that moment to shine. And going back to Team Intel, you know, they won the Arenas tournament. They're one of our strongest skirmishing teams that we have, right? So if you're Team Intel, maybe you consider not playing the middle of the zone, right? Maybe you should end up playing the edge and taking more fights consistently. And I think that could work out for them. They are very strong in terms of their macro play. I think that they have great mechanics. Everything with their tracking is really on point too. And it's really fun watching Verholst in these small skirmishes. That's where they really excels at, in my opinion. But the Pro Day, again, has so many different layers of competition. There's so many different types of complex strategies that are involved. You have to learn as you go. So this is perfect in Series E to go and do that for Team Intel. They'll continue to improve on that. But if they can just, you know, turn that page and go into the mode that they're ready to go in, they're going to be one of our strongest teams that we have here, and they're going to be much more consistent. So it's really interesting to watch Splash excel on a day like today, and then Intel kind of fall back when Intel's been sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and Splash just finally took over that 4th place spot.
Yeah, for Team Intel, they're pretty comfortably inside the top 4, so they have the opportunity, right, to try and play for different compositions as the next 4 weeks unfold. Here we go, though, heading into game number 4, but continuing on that point, you know, they have 4 weeks after this to really try to refine maybe an edge style composition, but I think the qualifiers might be one of the bigger bigger worries, as the next qualifier, or our first qualifiers for the ALGS, will be taking place next weekend. So maybe they're trying to just work out all the kinks there. On board with Team Liquid, though, the winners of game number 3, dropping, of course, over here at Skyhook. And it doesn't seem like, you know, they're going for a large split to try to get trials, unless Fun is over there for that squad. But right now we'll see exactly what they can walk out of Skyhook with. I like that they are actually taking a lot of space here in Skyhook, though, making sure that teams respect them, especially for the teams that end up dropping on the eastern side.
Skyhook's always been a great space to land. If you get the zones over there, that's always a good sign too. But a majority of it is all about your loot. There's just so much loot over towards the Skyhook side, and being able to get all of this for themselves is absolutely fantastic. Taking a look at the rotation, it's not that bad, Jamerson. I mean, Skyhook over towards where you can see that ring is over towards probably bottom thermal station. I mean, I really think that it's going to continue to pull down there. I'd be surprised to see what G2 does. They're going to recognize this very, very early, and they've been having a strong showing today. So we know that the Valkyrie rotation is going to come in. We know that they're going to be playing over towards the top-hand side of Skyhook, so it's going to be fun to see what Team Liquid does after their win.
All right, I think at this point, Timmy might be taking, like, donation to see what he ends up playing, as he's pulling out the Rampart up against this squad. It was it Charlotte?
He's creating
Phoenix.
you bad as Jamerson.
Yeah, definitely here. They've got the big boys as well. Breezy on the Caustic more. is on the Gibraltar here. So this is pure bunker composition really coming out.
It is. This is the last team that you would want to go up against in this type of situation when they're stuck inside of a building and you have Timmy just wall peeking you over here, constantly head glitching, and then you can't push inside the building at all because there's a caustic. So this is a pretty fun composition to see, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do with this one. But Timmy's taking it seriously. You can see he's not advancing without having some sort of angles going forward. So they'll just continue to wall forward, continue to barrel forward, and own all of this real estate. I mean, this 50-50 is not what I was expecting to start for Team Sheesh. Remember, they were landing on them in game number 2, and now they're completely scared and just running for their lives.
Yeah, he had Sheila available that entire time as well. So I was just waiting for that to come out and try to lay into them. But here's Team Applejacks. They were eyeing this. Do they actually try to go for it? They're keeping an eye on launch site right now, but I mean, the fact that they have the white armors, though, I think you try to avoid this as much as possible. Maybe try and cut them off, play a position where you can try and third party a little bit later on. So they're going to balloon past, go make their way over towards tree, lava siphon area, and continue to rotate in because, yeah, this thermal station ending, quite possibly a staging ending, is a dangerous one. And so if you want to set up, you need to set up early. So here they go, making their rotation in, still seeing on the whites. They're very unfortunate. Maybe they pick up something here on the bridge, as it doesn't look looted for them, but hey, at least you get a nice blue backpack.
Yeah, it's, you know, you win the game if you get that. So congratulations to Hero. And pings are going down onto the fence. We've seen teams lock this down for quite some time. But is this a ping for loot, or are they going to actually stay there? I feel like they could have more real estate to work with, but we're fortunate enough to see where the player outlines and all the teams are on the mini map. So they don't really know exactly what's going on. Is Team Cheez-It is making their rotation through. Ping's already going down. They got Finicky in the game over here. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do on this Gibraltar, who's, you know, pretty strong for Finicky. I've been impressed with the way that he's been playing it overall. They just haven't been able to, you know, get rolling today. So we'll see what Moss is going to be able to do with the Wingman PK for Wraith. This is an unforgiving combo, but it could just do so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, Beast the Hunt, I think, was popped on the other side. It was a fight over that beacon now, as they're going to try and push up with the cooldown of that bubble gone. Moss has an opportunity to try and make a play. You can see shots ringing out over from the lava siphon side, or excuse me, lava fissure side as well. And Cheez-It will miss out on this opportunity, but they can at least secure this beacon. Golden swinging around for that one. They're already sitting in a pretty good state, but overall, Cheez-It has been largely silent throughout most of the day. And here's the Pittsburgh Knights now making their rotation through. There's a team inside Harvester currently, and we saw, of course, there was a team over by the fences. Don't know if they're still there, but Knights are going to approach this one cautiously. They're looking great for the late game. Double purples along with that gold armor on Bronzy as well, and it's all about patience for the Pittsburgh Knights. They've been able to find a lot of action in the early game, pick up a lot of kill points despite not having the highest of finishes. And so now it's about converting the kills into the high placing finishes as well. Oh boy, the lure coming out from Rockstar. It was not successful as they just kind of get fumbled into that door. Defensive bombardment coming out from Rockstar as they're trying to play off the bridge. Abe's taking a lot of damage. Rollers just pushes right on in into a nade. Phony will finish him off. Team Pringles. Was it the bait the other way around, Tom?
I don't know. I think they all baited themselves right there, to be honest with you, because now third parties are definitely going to be coming through. And it was, you know, a closed door, open door situation for the Gibraltar, and it was a little bit complicated in the way that kind of worked out there. And I don't think anybody was expecting him to stay alive that long. Now Rockstar is going to be eating grenades inside of the trailer over here. That was a tough scenario to be in. I mean, the lurk play was looking phenomenal until it went wrong. I mean, the fact that they couldn't kill the Gibby is horrible.
Yeah, they get out of there, and you can see the quick pull out from Pringles as well. You have to imagine the third parties from that north side coming in. So the teams like Liquid that are probably popping up, but hey, they're going to try and go for the res. It seems like Liquid, though, find themselves in a fight over here. Is it going to be Cheez-It on the other side of this one? Nocturnal almost getting cracked there. Flanker's the first one to fall down. It's actually TSM that they end up running into over at Landslide. The gas is going, the scan's down from Snipe down. Knock is going to try and go for that res. Fun has set up himself a great angle, but he gets cracked from that defensive bombardment. Is forced down onto the low, narrowly missing out on a lot of those explosions. Nocturnal has fallen. His Snipe down pushes that position, and Fun is the only one alive. Unfortunate for our winners from game number 3, going down in 20th in game number 4.
The timing from TSM is just so strong because they know that that res is happening around the corner, and then as soon as that res is about to finally pop off, that's when Snipe Down is going to pop out and go for the finish right there. Get your hopes up, think that you're going to be able to actually survive. Things are looking good from Fun's point of view as well, and Reps has the presence of mind to throw the defensive bombardment over there to cut him off from the team. Perfectly executed from TSM. We'll see how easily they can reset after all that.
Now, Splash do have this hide, and they are starting to tick away at them. More nades going into the car for now. Scan out from Snipe Down. Reveals that, yeah, all the players are up there as they continue to rain down nades onto them. Will they be able to get the crack? You got to imagine they do. And now, do they decide to push in? Some hesitation coming out as they toss in that Nox gas grenade. All TSM are outside right now, are avoiding a lot of this gas damage. There's that first knock onto Snipe Down as they continue to push the bubble. Fearing Life goes down, but turns will answer back. Gibby is the only one left, and here's Cheesa coming in for the third party. Mollis canceling that, and will go ahead and push up to try and finish off TSM. Now it's just Reps left to try and get his teammates back on in, but Golden scans him out, so TSM are going to be out here in 17th.
Man, that's just so tough right there for TSM. They're playing so good, too. I mean, the way that they're able to win that fight, still after being pushed out over towards the corner of the building, was absolutely phenomenal, taking down Splash. And now they all of a sudden get third and fourth party, and really nothing you could do there. TSM giving it the roll, and still you give it your all and you end up in 18th place sometimes. That's just how many players are compacted on top of that side of the map right now playing the zone. C9 on the edge right now, making their way over towards that Harvester side. Again, when you're playing Valkyrie, you're not really worried about that. That's why it's so interesting to see these teams kind of execute that. And when I think about, you know, Valkyrie in the highest level of lobbies, and this is one of those lobbies that could end up being like an ALGS finals. That's really how stacked it is. Valkyrie may not work as strong, but think about like getting to that point. And I still think Valkyrie is definitely viable in these lobbies. It's just a little bit more dense in terms of how you could rotate. If you're playing the semifinals, quarterfinals, etc., C9 is going to definitely excel because they're going to be able to stay on the edge, team fight against those teams. Teams aren't as disciplined as in this lobby as others, and they're going to be able to, you know, own more real estate, just like kind of how they are right now. You know, moving forward. So they're not worried about the teams in front of them. They're not really concerned about fighting. They're trying to get into a position perfectly and gatekeep everybody on the outside.
Yeah, they'll be playing off the train tracks there, and they'll be provided a lot of cover from the train tracks with the fences that run along it, looking to gatekeep a lot of the teams that will be forced out of this position, out of Harvester, into staging in just a moment. Pop-Tarts, though, they have a team still inside Harvester right now. You can see the barrels have been set up for them to try and retreat if they need to. The Pittsburgh Knights, making their rotate, decide to opt out through that Harvester and went towards Tree side and up into the southern end of Thermal Station. Now, not too many teams in the area, but they are getting poked at from a distance. You can see the scouts ringing out. I'm wondering if that might be G2 up there. We'll find out in just a moment. Port actually getting popped from Asura to get them onto the low.
Yeah, they're in a pretty interesting spot getting scouted across the map right now, so they're trying to obviously avoid that team on the high ground and see how far towards the west side they could go. With the loot that they have, it's unfortunate that Bronzy is rocking this combination right now. I mean, with the Gibraltar, he could be Thuman with maybe a 30-30 with a scope, so we'll see what kind of loot he can get along the way. Baiting the boxes over towards the side, dropping the gold for the purple as well. Yeah, he's going to want to take that gold right back. Not that big of a deal, just going to cost you a cell or two. And you'll be right back over towards full. We also saw a change in composition while we were scrolling through the teams. We saw Pop-Tarts make a little bit of a switch. Lion is going on Gibraltar instead of playing on the Wraith, and they're going to go with the Valkyrie Gibraltar Caustic combination. As we can see what Pringles is stuck with right now. Doesn't seem to be the easiest spot, but at least they're alive for now, and the loot doesn't look too bad.
Here's Pringles. Remember, Phony was, I guess, able to clear out that car on the bridge earlier on, forcing that squad out. I don't know if they were able to get the res, but Pringles in a pretty strong spot to play off bridge here for this circle. We don't have eyes on where the next ring is going. Will this continue to pull towards the bridge? Will it maybe favor a bit more of staging? Hell, can even go over to the chokes on thermal side right now, but Pringles are playing a nice default position to be able to respond to most of them here and gatekeep the squads coming in from the north. Ring will be closing in about 1:50, so there's plenty of time to work with. As Razor, they're one of the squads that are currently playing the chokes. They're playing the edge for this one now. They have eyes on a team that might be down there inside inside the hot springs. No, they just back away and give up the choke as a team was pushing up from thermal.
Wonder how many batteries Razor has a team right now, because Hacula has 5, and I guarantee there's teams on this map right now that have a total of 5. So they are absolutely looted right now. Knights get a couple knocks right there onto Rice Krispie Treats. Guild getting the double R9 Volt combo, and there it is, the finish coming through. The third parties there, though. Applejack's timing with the third parties have been very solid today. Blueberry trying to move forward. They only have one more player that they need to focus on, but the defensive bombardment is very well placed, so they're going to have to push down towards the bottom of the sniper post, and it looks like the cleanup is coming through. Very nicely done. Applejack's, again, the timing. They've been kind of, slow to start, but we'll see if they could get things going. It's been pretty well executed on the third parties.
Yeah, they do it with just enough time to come up with a plan, because the ring does pull away up to them. They got to make it up to the high ground across that lava, and they were scanned by a team from the west as well that was playing off that beacon building. So they're going to give that team a wide berth. They don't want to try and collide with them as they rotate in, but there are teams on the high ground right now trying to poke at them. Applejacks, they'll just retreat back to their original position. This was the squad that was actually keeping an eye on the Knights throughout all of this, and so they'll be able to get back here for free, surprisingly enough. But now it's the big question is, are any teams waiting up there where the pings are down, playing the chokes? Typically there are, so this could be a little bit scary for them. The sandwich might come in strong. Blueberry Smalls actually going for that peak himself. They decide they're going to actually go for this. They're going to fight for this, and they can easily find themselves in a sandwich. It's actually Team Sheesh up here, but Timmy doesn't have an idea that they're actually coming in from the west. Or excuse me, just below them. Now they've got to be careful here. This is a very tough spot. He doesn't have any more walls, and he has Sheila, though. Maybe he can back away, put that one down.
I like the thought process for Timmy is to get a couple of shields down into the zone, so if they need to play it, they're trying to watch their back as long as possible. Eventually have to rotate towards that ping, but the team playing down towards the bottom, Applejacks, is got a pretty decent angle on them and a head glitch, so it makes things a little bit tough. You can see Sheesh really wants to get forward. They really want to try to play this, and fortunately for them, Applejacks actually rotates directly ahead of them, so that's going to give them a huge advantage in the fight.
They're already setting up the walls as well. Cloud9, though, currently find themselves in a fight on the south side of staging. Ring pulling away towards the chokes now. Great damage out from Zach. Almost got himself that purple Evo, just 5 damage off. He's going to hold on to another cell here. One more shot is all he needs, and there we go. He gets that purple, and now they want to try and turn the pressure onto this squad, who's already used their bubble. Zach going for that flank, trying to find an angle, as Xset are inside staging as well, but they're too preoccupied with another fight as a team is trying to push inside their building. Kraber out here for Kenny, who's been absolute monster with this Kraber in the past.
Yeah, I love to see the Kraber wingman combination just going for the fences here, trying to hit the grand slams. He's also going to go into the drone, maybe even hit a EMP if he wants to, but he's just going out there and hitting the scans, seeing that they've actually backed off here. So the value of the crypto extremely high in these rotation scenarios. You're going to be able to see a lot of different bird's eye view action. Klain sending it in there like an absolute psycho. I can't believe they're going in without Kenny and potentially EMPing over there. It's a little bit split in terms of the decision making, and they're going to pay for that heavily. Ooh. Questionable play. I guess maybe the most questionable play we've seen of the night coming in from Xset, who's been playing so well.
Yeah, you can see how big a threat Cloud9 were, playing off that bridge, playing off the train tracks. They're the ones that snuck that kill away from Clarify. Here's the Team Sheesh now trying to make a push. This might be Applejacks in front of them, as Breezy throws in that Nox gas grenade. Defensive bombardment has gone down. With the bubble timing as well, they throw their bubble down, and they go ahead and force the issue up against the squad. Breezy taking a lot of damage. They trade up against Applejacks, but they do finish them off. They need to get Breezy back up, and we'll see if G2 show up to try and third party. You can see the nades coming in. They're not going to be able to get him back up. The Arc Stars are just too strong. It's Cloud9 ended up showing up, stealing away these kills. Great activity coming out from Cloud9 now, dealing with a lot of the threats on the south side. They are the gatekeepers here as they're able to push up for free. Our teams, though, on the high ground now. Charlotte Phoenix, stuck on the low, will be able to take out Rollers, Crummy, and Aves as they establish this position on the low. They're getting pushed by another squad, though. More Caustics showing up. That's going to be Team Intel taking out two. They haven't lost out anyone themselves now as they finish off Charlotte Phoenix in just a moment.
There it is, Intel swooping in out of nowhere, picking up kills, picking up loot, taking a priority spot, and they have the Caustic in the end of this game here. If Dupe can heal up, they're going to be feeling pretty good about what they have around them. And I love that play. The timing was so well done there. I think there's about 3 different teams that they could pick apart these boxes from. And now we'll see what happens over towards this high ground. I mean, once the zone shrinks with 23 players, 9 squads remaining, they may have some opportunities to do something. We'll see what they elect to do. Maybe they try to get over towards the high ground. But right now, I wouldn't be feeling too bad about the situation if I was sitting on the low.
Yeah, the big question is if they do have Sky access to try and retake heights with this Valkyrie for themselves. It can be incredibly strong. Some of that mountainside is in, so they can play out of bounds and try and delay this for the next zone right now. You can see Dupe is just clearing out the bottom along with Skittlecakes, making sure that no one is there. And so they're going to be safe. We've hit the top 7, 20 players remaining. So just one team currently damaged for now as Team Intel is just completely taking stock of everything they've got. There we go. Another red Evo shield for themselves. So now they've finally been able to navigate into the late game. They've picked up some kills. Can they do more here in game number 4? Zone number 5 will begin closing. We'll see. Cloud9, I believe, are playing right above them now, Tom.
They are, and basically they're really hoping for some sort of distraction throughout all of this. They know that they have to line that up perfectly if they're going to go and jetpack out of there, but they need some sort of distraction so they don't get focused when they land and all the teams end up looking up at them. Meanwhile, we do have a fight happening between Razor and G2. Our first and second place players from I think game number 3. Bubble going to go down. Resulta needs to heal throughout all of this. He's going to go and hit the battery. Very well done, but now they need that bounce pad desperately, and it somehow goes backwards, and they don't get the error that they were hoping for, and then they run right into Era. So Stunny going to be the recipient of those kills. Bowser is going to get involved as well as they finish off G2.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts now starting to advance. They need armor swaps here. Z, Davis, and Mooney low do not have any shields. They do get the armor swaps at the very least, as we have 4 squads remaining now in this circle. So we got Pop-Tarts, Intel, along with Cloud9. Who is the 4th team still alive here? Going to be Team Era.
And I'm really glad to see that Pop-Tarts is making this race even closer now after the slow start, putting the pressure right back on to Team Nestle Splash. Lion again switching the composition up. Seems to be working out for them so far, but they need to play discipline. They can't be the first team to go and take a fight. They got a little bit too aggressive there, and now that the bubble's down, all eyes are going to be on them.
They rotated right into Cloud9, actually just giving up their backs to them. But they've turned their attention to Team Arrow, who's playing off of the Dorito building. As here we go, Team Intel making their play now. They'll have time to try to go for the out of bounds, but it actually doesn't seem like that much of the mountain is in. So this could be a little bit dangerous for them. Instead, they take Pop-Tarts' old position on the north side of the ring here, and this might actually work out for them. Cloud9 are going to be forced up. Pop-Tarts have to take a fight up against a squad. Who's it going to be? Cloud9 or Era on the other side. The sandwich is proving to be quite deadly up against them, but Cloud9 are not going to push. They're going to play this low for as long as they can, wait for the cracks, as this entire time Team Intel are left free here, but Cloud9 are starting to rear their head towards them.
That was the distraction that they needed right there. They saw that the knocks came through. That's when they go and take flight. Fortunately for them, they don't even have to land in between both teams because Pop-Tarts did that favor for them, already sandwiching themselves. So Alberley is going to go get the knock. Lion is getting knocked as well from the side. And there it is for Team Pop-Tarts. They could have easily been in Team Intel's position right now, which could have been the game-winning position. As you can see, they are stoked about going from the low ground to the high ground after that big distraction that happened by Team Pop-Tarts. But smart plays coming in from Era and from C9, both backing off, realizing they need to be the last team to this fight. Maybe Intel will overextend.
Now, it does seem like the Dorito building might be the place to be, as Verholz taking a lot of damage, has that free armor swap as well. Bowser the first one to fall for Team Era, but it's traded. This is Cloud9's opportunity now to start pushing up to pick up these kills and finish them off. Team Intel only left with Verholz here, and he does at least secure second place for them. This is about to be a Cloud9 victory in game number 4.
Nicely done by Cloud9. I like how Intel played that one as well. That zone was pretty interesting, especially because you're not really expecting that late of a Valkyrie rotation. You don't really have eyes on what's going on. You saw the missile barrage, but that was kind of throwing a wrench in the plans when Pop-Tarts made their rotation in, and it was very well done from C9, just kind of inching up forward by inch by inch and this moving forward. And then they got up, clambered up, and lo and behold, they just wiped the rest of the map. Very nicely done.
Yeah, great game for Cloud9. They picked up a lot of kill points in that one. Will it be enough to propel them forward here in the... Go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 right after this.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Verholz, and this is Intel's Tips and Tricks. Today, I'm going to show you guys how to bunny hop on controller. So, to bunny hop, all you do is you slide, and at the end of your slide, you jump. And at the end of that jump, you jump again, and you do that on repeat. So you just keep spamming jump. You can do it straight, or you can do it to the left or right. But to do it to the left or right, you have to look slowly to the left or slowly to the right as you're slide jumping. And you move your left thumbstick diagonally in the direction you're going. So if you're going right, it'll look like this. If you're going left, it'll look like this. But you do that while slide jumping. So this is what it looks like. It takes a while to get used to. Even I'm not perfect at it. But it's very useful to get around corners or to carry momentum into heals or carry momentum off jump pads. It's very useful and competitive, and every pro player knows how to do this. If you want to be great, you should learn how to do it too. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome back, everyone. Game 4 there, and C9 grabbing the victory, and just 2 games remain between us and crowning a champion here on Pro Night for Intel Week. And big victory there for C9. Team Intel getting in there late, but not able to finish it out. So Cloud9 grabs the victory. Let's check out our player of the game here for game number 4 of the day. And it's going to go over to Stay Naughty. 5 kills, 3 assists, and over 1,500 damage. And I do want to take a moment to mention we actually were lucky enough to have our good friend Zach Mazer come and guest on our new podcast, Eat, Speak, Compete, here at Esports Arena. We talked to him about the team just a couple of days ago. So if you guys want to hear what he had to say about everything going on with Cloud9 this season and a whole lot more, check out the latest episode of Eat, Speak, Compete on YouTube or on your favorite podcast platform. We're also on Spotify, SoundCloud, and Apple Podcasts. But this is a new look Cloud9. Obviously, Alberlele came in a couple of months ago. Zach was the one IGLing for a while there, but they have shifted over to Alberlele recently. So love seeing these results from Cloud9. They get the win. 2 more games to go. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom will get you ready for Game 5.
2 teams. Focus to Gibby. Keep bubble. Push the bubble. Nice. 2 down. Nice wipe. Shield swap. Shield swap. Last team's coming. Through my bubble. Bubble fight. Nice. Decimated. Good job, boys. 3v6. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 4, we had Cloud9 taking the victory. That's 4 separate teams with 4 wins, and so the leaderboard is going to be insane. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is up top, where all the movement took place, and Cloud9 are now in 3rd place with 39 points, just 5 points shy of G2, who actually are currently in 1st place. They have 44 points. Team Razor have been knocked down to 2nd place now with 43.
This is getting interesting. Everybody's basically in this one with a couple games remaining here. I mean, I really wouldn't count on even teams like TSM. This is kind of what TSM does. They start off slow, then they start to pop off. As long as you are on this leaderboard, and maybe not Rice Krispie treats. I don't know if you can win if you don't have if you have 0 points right now, but everybody else still kind of stands a chance, okay? Because you could easily drop a 20-point game, win back-to-back games, and somehow be in the running right now. So this has been a very even first 4 games.
Yeah. Right now, this leaderboard, it's insane how close it is here for the Pro Night. We've seen our partnered squads and our pro teams just trading blows for blows right now. Team Razor is our top scoring partnered squad so far, with Splash the next one in 7th place with 29. But take a look at how close it is between all of them. It's so surprising. Like you said, Tom, 2 games left to go. You get a 20-kill game, you're easily finding yourself in the top and fighting for the top 2 positions. So let's go ahead and see the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. As I think it might be the Cloud9 movement. It's going to be Team Intel that did actually swerve this position away. Well, I guess, who was it? Who gave up the spot for them to have for free? Pop-Tarts, yeah, gave away the spot for free. And so Team Intel were able to play to 2nd with this.
And it's unfortunate because I really liked how Pop-Tarts' thought process was, and they could have changed the outcome of this game. If they would have went into that position, then Intel would have been the team that gets focused down. They never would end up getting 2nd place, and it really would have been a lot different for them because they need so many points, right? It's so close between Splash and Team Pop-Tarts right now. So to watch something small like that happen is going to kind of hurt going forward. So we'll see what happens in game number 5.
Yeah, it sounds like we have to take a short break. We will be back with game number 5 right after this break, guys.
Skittles, can we push this team inside? They're walking out in the open right now. The Bloodhound's 1 shot. Can we push the Gibby? The Gibby's alone under. He's 1 shot, knocked him. 1 left. Let's go, boys. Good job. Another dub, let's go. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esports arena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
refreshing, refreshingly sweet. But without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
You want to zoom this in? I'm gonna do it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
The newest merch.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
Esportsarena.com/shop.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know. What's up, gamers? Connikins here.
Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera. We're doing a photo shoot today. Stand loose. You're a goofy guy.
Yeah. That's cute. That's a wallpaper.
I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying.
What? You don't like that?
Why are you laughing? Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't
Take out
storyline?
It's the eye when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up?
Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Howdy, he said hi. GameCube controller. Get out of here.
What's this?
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Sorry about that break. We had our servers going down and had to reset, get everyone back into the lobby. So thank you so much for your patience, as we'll be in game number 5 very shortly. Just before this, though, we saw Cloud9 being able to launch themselves up, now finding themselves, I believe, in 3rd place, Razor in 2nd place, and G2 are in 1st. So 2 games left to go. There's still so much room for movement. We saw that middle of the pack really close. So it really is anyone's day. Game number 5 will set the pace for game number 6. So as soon as we get in, I can't wait to see how our teams decide to actually change if they need to do anything. Particularly, I'm looking at teams like TSM, like you mentioned, Tom. Their squad, they're like, what, 13, 14 points or something? They're still technically in it with 2 strong games. They can definitely play for 1st or 2nd.
I've seen crazier things from TSM. I mean, it's very rare that we go any type of series of games and they don't pull off something miraculous. So whether that's a win or a big kill game and still a top 3 or a top 2, they are a team that's fully capable of dropping 20, 30 bombs in terms of getting tons of points on that board. So I'm excited to see what they do. They play with a chip on their shoulder. They always have. So now could be time to turn up in game number 5. Maybe that break helped them out a little bit. Maybe it didn't. We'll find out here very shortly as this one gets underway. You can see where everybody's flight paths are taking place. They land over towards that fragment side. We know that right next to them. You're going to be having multiple teams that are going to be rotating in. And I believe C9 is pretty free over here, so they're going to be okay. This is the only 50-50 that's been taking place. It's Team Sheesh going up against Charlotte Phoenix. Unfortunately, this time it looks like Charlotte got the better of them, even though it looks like it was pretty evenly matched a majority of this time. So nice job by Charlotte Phoenix picking off 2 players already.
Yeah, you know what? They already got the bag, really. Before the games even started, walking away with that Oculus Rift. So True. I think they're pretty happy with the day, regardless here. If you guys want to shout at winning some awesome prizes during Deal or Steal, make sure you're subbed to our channel here at Esports Arena. I mean, I think is that one of the biggest bags that we've given away so far here in Series E?
Definitely, because I don't think I've ever seen such clutch plays. I mean, they were in the zone right there. There was zero chance. There was zero chance of them making a bad mistake. It was 100% accurate the entire time. It was honestly impressive to watch. I didn't stand a chance when I played Deal or Steal. So good luck to anyone that does it. And you gotta watch Timmy and his approach to the game, because there was some sort of unhidden strategy there that I just didn't know about.
It was crazy because I think it was like the Oculus Rift or the Xbox. Those were the 2 last prizes remaining. So it was literally win-win.
I got out of my seat though. When Yeso offered them like $5 in Apex coins, I was like, wait a second. I was like, all right, I'm never taking the deal, man. You know what? This has never happened. No deal. No deal.
All right, it looks like they do finish off Team Sheesh, or at least Applejacks do. They were, of course, rotating through now, coming from that dome side. So that's going to be some free KP for Applejacks. I mean, we've been noting Applejacks' performance so far across the last few days. They've been finding some great third-party timings, and here they adjust to the rotations, make sure they clean up some of the kills there down by launch site. But as they move through Lava Siphon, we saw the Pittsburgh Knights were hovering around here. So they might run it into them. They're just going to go ahead and blind jump pad in. Doesn't seem like there's anyone here, so they should be relatively safe. TSM on the quick rotates now as they make their way into Landslide. We saw them going down, I believe. Was it this game or was it game number 3? They've got to be careful how they fight here with the timings getting delayed on this rotate. Teams are going to start showing up now. They did get their Wraith Q out as they continue to chase after them, but the bubble will cut them off, and so TSM are just going to continue to move on.
Yeah, TSM is going to be extremely aggressive, but they're going to be smart about the fights that they take, and that's the discipline that they have. I don't think they're going to do anything too drastic here in terms of changing the way that they're playing. It's just that the rotations have been fairly difficult so far. Every single time there's been a rotation, there's been a handful of teams, they win the fight, and then they get third-partied. And if they just got a little lucky, I think that's when they start to snowball things right there. It looks like Applejacks is going to be taking out Rice Krispie Treats along the way after the third party came through. And now it is Hal starting to get a little bit of aggression there with the scout knocking Clarify. See if we can hop back on over there and see what they're doing.
Ooh, Xset now in some trouble as Kenny throws down that EMP. Instantly cleared the drone by Imperial Hal. So TSM on full lockdown over here by the Landslide area. Will they continue to chase after the rest of the members of Xset, or are they just happy with this kill onto Clean? I imagine, Clarify. They do also pick up some ultimate excels for themselves, so they can continue the aggression if they want to turn it on. It is in the early game. We're already down to 17 squads. So much action has been taking place here. And one of the biggest beneficiaries so far has been Applejacks. They come in, they're the janitors, clean up, find a kill or two there, and then just move on. But here we go. It looks like TSM want to try and chase down the rest of the members of Xset. Snipe down actually gets Klain. They finish him off. Just one member remaining is just Kenny. We'll see if he can get back with the drone, pick up those banners, maybe plug them back in.
And you see how Hal has the presence of mind to make sure that nobody's coming from behind because he recognizes where his teammates are coming from. Looks like an EMP into a potential banner grab there, so I like that crypto play. I think he was able to maybe get one of them throughout all of that, but you got to expect TSM's expecting a play like that throughout all that, so using your EMP to charge up your Evo shield plus potentially get one of the 2 banners is a pretty good scenario when you're in a worst case scenario, so not that bad. But Hal is completely aware of how to play this. You can see he's so focused on this southwest side, even though he's watching the train tunnel, that it's interesting to see how he's able to cover so much ground in such little time.
Yeah, this is a very similar circle to what we had in game number 1, so teams are playing this very similarly to how they were beforehand. The main difference being TSM playing towards Landslide instead of actually trying to find a spot a bit closer in towards Countdown right now. Razor, they were pressured, I believe, by Team Liquid, and we'll see how Liquid decide to change things up for this zone. But Razor not going to do anything different at all. Just hold down this building, hope that the pole does come down once again over towards the cars, over towards that sniper post.
Yeah, they're kind of a victim to the zone and what the rotation is going to be without having some sort of scan and recon legend on their team. Gentrify is going to finish off Kenny, so Kenny wasn't able to get the res, and G2 is going to be given one more kill, tacking that one up over towards Gent, who's just such a skilled player. G2 is so scary to go against up close. You can remember that zone when there was fight taking place inside when we had the Mobile 1 high performance moment. I think it was Team Razor, actually, that was consistently challenging them underneath the building, and they just couldn't get anything going. Liquid, though, they got the Prowler. Nocturnal with a very strong Prowler here. Purple mag. He's got the Digi threat on it as well. so they can see through the caustic gas. So this is a great situation for Team Liquid in terms of their loot. Position, not so much, but I think they can fight their way out.
Yeah, without the ring info, not knowing that it like pulls down a little bit away from them, they're just going to play this like it does pull up hard north, just full control over the train tunnel right now. And with this team showing up, that actually affords them the opportunity to find some kill points early on. Not going to commit to anything though. They just want to hold this one down as the ring ends up closing in. The squad's going to go ahead and Valkyrie rotate out of this one. So they're just going to avoid all the caustic gas. They don't want to deal with fighting indoors up against all the barrels right now, as Team Liquid might have another team ahead of them just coming out of Skyhook. Here's Team Intel though. They were able to Valkyrie rotate in, bubbled out early on as they climb up. They're trying to take this building, actually. They face off against another caustic team on the other side, it seems like. Backing away, defensive bombardment connects onto Skittlecakes, and he needs to go for the full reset. It's Pop-Tarts that are holding this building for now, and unfortunate that Skittlecakes will go down. He was going to be their big tool to try to find entry into that building, gentrifying, and G2 show up from behind to clean up some of these kills. They're going to try and their hand at pushing this building now, but gentrifying, ooh, took a lot of damage. The Resulta and Designful are here. Looks like with teams showing up behind them, they're not going to hard commit on to this one. Just pull away. They have the rotation options as they can move through Lava Fissure. That's exactly what they're going to do.
I like how Results is more interested in analyzing the situation and making sure that he's not tossing a preemptive bubble or defensive bombardment before he needs to, because you're going to need all those resources if you're stuck out in the middle of the open right now. Rockstar in a scuffle over here with Knights. Really nice arc star. Somehow doesn't do a ton of damage to Aves. He's fortunate that didn't do any more, as now they have a 2-on-3 situation. Crummy gets a lot of damage. Now he could full send this one over towards the bottom. He has the EVA A out, runs right past the grenade, even shoots the player that was still weak. However, Guild is going to come through. Where are the rest of the players, though? Rollers and Aves are going to possibly allow this armor swap to happen right in front of them.
It's a 2v2 now. Rockstar running into this one. They do finish off the Knights, but already a third party is here. That's going to be Cloud9 showing up. And I think, yeah, this was the team that decided to opt out of fighting for the tunnels, rotate past Team Liquid straight into Skyhook. Nice third party for them, getting that kill onto Rollers now for Cloud9. They are in a top 3 on our leaderboards currently, so they need to keep pace with the G2s that are finding the kills here in the early game. We're already down to 13 squads as well, so the last 2 games, the night proving to be extremely fast.
I really thought if he had the bounce pad, they were going to go and bounce pad into the window there and lay down some more fire as the rest of the teammates followed up there and potentially got the bubble fight going. But once you get knocked and flushed out there, you're not going to win a 2 versus 3 against a team like C9 when they're playing so well. Cheese it, taking a lot of damage, presence of mind to stop the heal and go for the ADS so you can go and get that extra shield. It's probably not going to be enough, though. Another 2-on-1 situation here for Team Applejacks. The flushes are coming through. Grenades are hitting as well. It looks like 303 is in the area. Regular res, not a gold bag. Now you're out in the open and 303 is on top of things. You can see the missile barrage is connecting. The missile swarm even finishes off one of the players too. Nicely done and well timed by 303.
Yeah, it was just the re-knock onto Osa rated R. Not having that gold bag res was very unfortunate. 303 with some great timings on the third party now. In such an odd game state too, but realizing that so many teams have already died, the likelihood of a successful third party goes incredibly high for 303. So now we're down to 12 squads as Mollis does get finished off, and 303 are the beneficiaries of all this loot. The zone will be closing in on them, but you have to imagine that they came in from that train tunnel side, so they'll have a pretty free rotate. If not, they've got Kaflon on that Valkyrie. He's got that redeploy for them to work off of just to get across that mountain as well. So plenty of options as they're really under no pressure now as they move forward.
Let's go this way.
They're going to be inside the zone outside of this mountain area, but there is, from what you see the player outlines there, a team in their spot inside the train tunnel. So like you said, multiple options here. Could just easily redeploy out, could go right, could go left, but left seems to be a little bit more contested, and you don't really want to mess with that because you don't know exactly how many rats or teams are in the vicinity. We have the luxury of having these player outlines. They don't, so I'm expecting a right rotation into, if that's blocked, a Valkyrie. Oh, and this is a rat maybe making their way down towards the construction building, maybe for a res. It is still just round 2. It is possible if you do have some meds throughout all this situation. But charge rifle, 6x prowler, and getting gate capped is not what you want to see when you're in the zone.
Imagine might be the last player remaining from that third-party attempt. They weren't able to secure all the kills here, as they're going to go ahead and move up. We have, yeah, very similar ring to, I believe it was game number 1. It ended up ending on that sniper post, and we'll find out if it's going to be the exact same one. Here's the res over by Khan, so these should be free kill points for 303. It's contested, though. Another team playing off that choke right now might be Team Liquid, as the missile swarm comes in, does miss 303. We'll just heal up for now and just poke across the way.
Surprise escape wasn't taking a couple of rips over towards the players coming outside of the zone when they were landing to potentially grief them. If they land and are starting to get ticked from the zone and don't have enough meds, you could get credit for that kill. So unfortunately, they get distracted over towards the side. The team inside the construction building loving that situation to be able to get back and have some sort of opportunity to push inside the top 10 over here. Team Liquid, a little bit of work cut out for them. You can see how much real estate they have to make up in the mini map, and the pings are going down towards that edge of the zone if they need to. I believe they're sitting in, somewhere in that top 5 area after picking up their win, and we know that there's been multiple teams that have been over towards that north-hand side. So I want to see what Liquid does here. This is not a good spot to be in without a Gibraltar.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Remember, they were playing in that train tunnel beforehand, so this had to be a Valkyrie ultimate to get over towards the western edge. Now they're again gate capped. Nades out. G2 are involved in this fight as well. Defensive bombardment going down. Gentrifying setting up the cross angle. As he gets pushed though, instantly Qs. They got the knock onto Flanker, bringing this down to a 3v2 for G2. The thirst on to Flanker as well, and damage has been done. They're going to clear out the south side. They'll have this one largely uncontested in the corner, but another team showing up over at Landslide, trying to poke across. So G2 can't full commit onto this, but looks like they will try to actually get those last kills on to Team Liquid, who are just in shambles here.
I mean, people could say controller this, controller that. There was no reason that aim assist was a win in that fight or that scenario. That was perfect execution from positioning and ability usage from G2. Defensive bombardment, great flank coming in from Gentrifying. He Qs out, wraiths out, phases out perfectly, and now they have a huge advantage with 2 teams fighting directly in front of them.
Yeah, Liquid get finished off here. Charlotte Phoenix show up. A Resulta gets the knock with that longbow on to Greek, and the jump pad is just a little bit short for him. He's not going to be able to make it out. He's going to bleed out. It doesn't even matter because the rest of his squad is falling. Stink going down to Gentrifying, and Kodagami is the only player remaining, and he's got G2 on his heels. TSM, though, still getting into fights over here at Landslide, as the defensive bombardment has gone down from that squad. The bubble was used as they try to survive that. Reps will throw down his own, allowing now for TSM to try and push up. Scan out from Snipe Down, as they have a player isolated behind the bins. Nice peeking discipline coming out from them, as Snipe Down is forced to heal up. Here comes a slide out from Hal, and he trades 1 for 1, but the rest of TSM will clean up what seems to be cheese at G2 coming in for the third party. They're not giving them any breathing room, and TSM are about to fall in just a moment. Designful gets 2 knocks, and now it's just up to Imperial Hal here, left in a 2v1. G2 are looking to walk away, run away with the night.
Again, the aggressive play coming through, the presence of mind to try to take down TSM, who hasn't had the best 4 games, and it looked like they were putting their best performance together and could have snowballed this one. I was impressed by the instant res and the double armor swaps that they left from Hal, but even more impressive was that bounce pad into the aggressive play from Designful, sacrificing himself for the rest of his teammates to go and get those finishes, and now they're going to continue to advance on that very similar circle that we saw in game number 1. So again, remember when we said these teams have played this, 50 to 100 times? Could be a little bit more.
Now G2 creeping up on that. Designful is going to go for a cheeky peek up here, and surprisingly enough, it's free, but they're getting jumped on by a Valkyrie team. Oh boy, Designful's got to be careful. He's stuck up underneath that tower, but it looks like 303 is not going to chase. They do have some pressure coming out from the north side from the team that came out of that train tunnel, excuse me, from that skyhook tunnel, who's controlling the fences for now. Escape, going for some cheeky peeks with that charge rifle, doing some decent damage. And luckily for him, eventually when he gets rid of that charge rifle, he has these bodies. Hopefully there's good weapons for him to swap off onto. Maybe gets himself a shotgun there, but 303 now just biding their time.
Well, we know Team Liquid's still in the game. We just saw the fuse queue burning a hole into the ground there as Zach Mazer actually gets knocked by Fury from Team Pringles. Pop-Tarts gets finished off as Baby Tooley's gonna finish that one off with the charge rifle. Hello, there's a whole team across from there. Hakulo's gonna have to take this fight. Decides that he's not gonna heal inside that bubble. Instead, he's gonna keep with the EVA 8. That's gonna be Bowser going down. Great job and confidence in this team fight there for Team Razor. And what looked like for sure Hakulo knock ends up turning into a team fight win here for Team Razor.
There's another team underneath them as well. Great Arc Star out, forcing them out of position. Mooney steals that kill away from them as Stunny goes down, along with Cloud9 falling. We're down to 5 squads remaining here. Team Razor have a 2-man underneath them. Wondering if that's Team Liquid down there. Might well be. They do have that caustic big shots out here from Hakulo. The player's still stuck up top as well. So Team Razor ripe to pick up a lot of kill points here. They've been a little bit silent, of course, with the zone pulling basically to where they dropped. And so they haven't had as many opportunities to get in, very active during the mid game. Now they've got to start formulating a plan. There's a team already playing inside the car. That's where the ring is pulling towards.
Is Hakulo the best 1-2 scout player in the game? This guy is just beaming across the map right now. I mean, it's a little bit mid-range, but still impressive to see overall. And you're right, Jamerson, it's rotation time. There's a couple of different options. One was clear this rat out a little bit earlier, but remember, they think this is most likely a team of 2, and because they don't have a scan, they're not really sure. This could have been free points and potentially that extra placement that they were looking for. And this has slowed down their thought process in terms of where they're going to go when they rotate, because they know that their back's going to be taken care of as Zeratricky is going to finish off Tech Candy, and there was a nice shot there from Escape with the Kraber. But it's all about getting control of this trailer. This blue trailer can be absolutely huge. Haircut right there for free from Escape.
Yeah, super close, but it looks like Team Razor do have some cover to work off of, but Era still have nades in the back pocket, forcing out that bubble early on. They're going to reset for Team Razor. Defensive bombardment has gone down as well on top of them. They still have to keep their wits about them. It looks like Mooney will get finished off for Team Pop-Tarts. G2 picking up more kills throughout all of this right now. As you can see, 303 manning a large portion of this final circle. It's going to be a 3v3v3, but there's a knock from Gentrifying, and G2 are not slowing down whatsoever. They have been constantly on the right side of the kill feed, securing the thirst onto Baby Tooley. You got to start worrying about G2 now, buddy. Oh!
G2 is just so good right now in this game. They've turned it to a whole nother level, and this is what makes them one of the best teams in North America, if not the world. They just start going on this rampage that nobody can stop. They're picking up kills left and right, ripping players' shields down left and right. The teamwork's amazing. They're taking off angles together. The pressure is just immense. There's no time to heal. They're basically coming right for you. Designful's coming around the corner. Hakulo is going to be able to answer that one with the first knock, but Results is there, and Gentrifying just lining it up. I mean, once you saw G2 run through and get that third party on TSM, you had a feeling that they were going to continue to keep that pace. But the way that they're able to do that without getting third-partied just goes to show how clean they're taking these fights, how impressive it is, the way that they're able to work together. G2's teamwork is looking so good right now.
Amazing win for our team that was in first place before we even headed into this game. That's going to be a lot of kill points, and now it's all about, can anyone put a stop to G2 as we head into the final game of the evening. We're going to take a break. When we get back, it'll be game number 6, our final game of the evening, right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop, and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now, bubble out from Dupe, as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and Looks like he might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese it. Somehow that bench was gone on that side too, getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final two squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
One shot, now the future is yours. Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Welcome back, everyone, into Studio Blue here at Esports Arena HQ. So here once again in game number 5, there goes to G2. This is a squad that won back-to-back titles here on Series E Pro Night to start off Season 3, and they're looking to grab their 4th title here in week number 8. Big win for them in game 5. Let's check out our player of the game there for game number 5, and it's going to go to Gentrifying. 6 kills, 6 assists, and just south of 1,900 damage there on the Wraith. G2 looking good tonight. They jumped up into 4th place after game number up into 1st place, after game number 4, and they should be able to build on their lead. That's at the very least a 24-point game for G2. So we'll have to see how things shake out on the Mobile One leaderboard, but they're going to be feeling very good going into this final game. I would imagine just a few points should be all that they need to put the finishing touches on a win here tonight, but we'll have to see how that one shakes out. I talked to you guys at the beginning of the broadcast after game number 1 about the giveaways that we are doing this week. We got a lot of awesome products from our friends at Intel, and I just want to remind you guys once again to get in on these awesome giveaways. You can see a ton of products over here to my left on the table here in the studio. We're giving away a bunch of awesome stuff, and if you want to get in on it, use !giveaway in Twitch chat right now, and also just make sure to check us out over on Twitter at Esports Arena. We got these awesome Intel Gamers Days packs. We've got a brand new Intel processor as well, and a range of other good stuff. So make sure, again, !giveaway, or just check us out on Twitter at Esports Arena. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll check out the state of the Mobile One leaderboard and see just what G2 needs to do to secure a win here on Pro Night.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Skittlecakes, and thanks to Intel, I'm always performing at my best.
I'm Pop-Tart just watching on from that choke, but Skittlecakes once again with this high ground angle, doing some decent damage with this Rampage, but critical.
Yeah, Pollard does some serious work. Actually, our tier 1 Pollard is what I set my record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one as we see the L-Star 2x.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix.
What's up, guys? If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. And barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break in game number 5, G2 had their way with the lobby, essentially. Massive game for them. They were already in the lead. Now it's by how much. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see what kind of lead they have heading into the final game of the day. Do they need to worry at all? It does seem like Team Razor keeping pace just a little bit. They're 17 points down, so still within reach of G2. So they are definitely touchable. Cloud9, though, finding themselves a little bit out of range. 27 points down there in 3rd place now.
It's really impressive to watch how G2 just turned up again. And that final game there, in game number 5, not the final game, but now they wanted to separate the pack away from them because it was so close in the leaderboard before that. There was, 5, 10, 15 points. There was, a lot of teams that could make a run here. Now it's basically a 2-team race and maybe a, 1 or 2 team race for 2nd place. So this is going to be a very fast-paced game 6. I wouldn't be surprised to watch these teams just go all-out slay mode.
Yeah, who's going to do the lobby the favor? Who's going to take out G2? If anyone can take out G2, especially after game number 5, let's check in with the Mobile 1 high-performance moment of that last game. And this is where TSM tried to make this push, and they ended up getting their first knock here, but it ended up going really bad for them as they get the trade, and eventually G2 come in for the third party.
Yeah, it was so fast the way that G2 approached this, and it was a bounce pad into just immediate flying in from the rest of the players, and there's no amount of armor swaps. You can see Snipe Down drops an armor, Reps drops an armor, the res comes through, there's the bounce pad, and maybe that little hesitation and also not having the bubble allows them to not reset as fast as they were hoping for, and Snipe Down ends up getting taken down because of that. And right there, what you're maybe hoping for too is a scan if Snipedown has it, but I don't think that he did, or a bubble from Reps, and I don't think that he did. So it makes the reset that much harder because you needed that for the fight. And it was a very clean fight, to say the least, as we hop in to the final game of the night. G2 already looking strong, Designful with the purple armor, Gentrifying with the blue. Results, I'm sure he'll join the club soon. It's a pretty good loot over doors at Thermal.
Yeah, teams give them a wide berth over at Thermal Station. No one's really going to mess with them whatsoever. Maybe the tree team rotate in, but it's all about who's going to put a stop to them in this final game. G2 can take things a little bit slower, make sure that they secure some kills here and there from a safe distance. Here's 303 as they aren't quite separated right now. Styx is playing this one very cautiously. Kaflon's been caught out, and oh no, Styx needs to join the team. He's got a Prowler with 4 mags behind it, along with an R301. Kaflon goes for the redeploy on the Geyser, just get information and get out of there. So, looks like 303 survive for now. We'll see, though, if any other teams start showing up. And it looks like there's a lot of action here. Teams shooting up towards the choke, down towards Lava City. So, 303 are happy to survive this one for now as they back away.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're in this situation. On the run, no armor. There's at least a blue for Calphon as they're trying to make their way through this map. And right now you're just hoping and praying that your Valkyrie ult comes up twice as fast as normal so you could make some sort of play here before other teams do. And you know, at 1:30, this is when everybody starts to make their rotation through, and expect a lot of different team fightings throughout all of this. I'd be surprised if we don't get even more fighting than we've had. Like, this is going to be an insane game. Prowler R301 though. Jamerson, what's your favorite combo right now in terms of the current meta?
Oh, R3 Eva. I just love the range damage that you get out of the R3. Feels very similar to the R9 as well, so if I need to swap off, I can, but yeah, definitely the R301 is always going to be my go-to.
Yeah, I'm still a wingman gamer through and through, but I am R9 Eva 8 as well, R3 Eva 8. Completely agree. Kind of depends too. If I'm like, sometimes if the wingman's not hitting, you just got to go and say, hey, all right, I'm going with the R301. But if the wingman's on fire, you just got to go with it. And Timmy's over here now playing on Valkyrie. So if I'm not mistaken, that is 4 different legends in 6 games. Pretty impressive.
I mean, Timmy's always an impressive man. Right now, though, Era find themselves in a fight. It might be Team Razor on the other side of this one at Countdown. As they try to advance, they do actually have the team crossing the bridge, so leaving themselves a little bit vulnerable, but Era's not going to overextend. The teams can come out rotating from Lava City, Lava Fissure. You don't know about the rotation timing coming out from Skyhook as well, so Era just playing this one slowly as they take stock of what they've got in here, but we saw a lot of action did take place here in Countdown, so we might have a very similar ring. If we could check in with the map once more to see exactly where this one's going.
And you saw the player outlines from the team in their west side, so that's something to kind of be worried about as we do see that big scan. And it's tough to say where this one's going to go, Jamerson. I mean, you could see potentially Lava Fissure as well. So it's going to be one of those instances where you pick one or the other. And if it moves, then everyone else is going to brawl on that side. If it moves towards the other side, you're going to be feeling good. So it's going to be interesting to see which teams pick what. This is always a priority building. Xset's going for it immediately. Looks like they already have a knock on a Wraith player that's over down towards the side. Or was that just to heal? Clane now with the big shots onto Rolders. Holy cow. Going to need that for the armor swap as well so they can stay in this one. Scan comes over towards the side. But holy cow, if Clane didn't hit those shots, he was going down immediately. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you see this ring, I'm definitely playing the North House here on Lava Fissure. You have that 50-50, right? If it pulls away from Lava Fissure, you have the rotate. If it pulls into Lava Fissure, you're playing an extremely strong gatekeeping position. Can be hard to hold, but here's Team Sheesh getting into a fight over by Dome. I'm wondering if they're chasing after Charlotte Phoenix here on the rotate. Looks like multiple teams might be showing up. Maybe Team Intel even get involved throughout all of this as well. Yep, it's Team Intel showing up for this one. As this is such an odd fight. I don't think Intel expected to take a fight here.
It's pretty odd. The only thing that would be more interesting is like if there was like a Loba queue that just got thrown in randomly, or like maybe a Fuse queue too. Ooh. And then a drone flying around because all hell's breaking loose in the back of Dome. And Verholst is going to heal and realize, I don't know about this. It seems like these guys are hitting their shots, and we need to focus on rotating right on back where we came from over towards that Lava City. You can see the missile barrage kind of coming in. That's most likely Timmy still continuing to chase throughout all of this. And the chase is on. They're getting out of dodge right now, and considering how they're going to rotate, potentially with that deploy that we were talking about.
Oh boy, I want to see what Timmy does. Oh, it doesn't look like they're going to chase with that Valkyrie ultimate though.
Are they or are they not? Are they about to land on top of this dome in front of them?
They really could if they wanted to, but this could also be just used to cut them off at the train pass on the north side of Lava City. Here's Xset though backing off to that house once again as they were trying to poke and prod the teams over at Lava Fissure, but I think the main focus should just be making sure you don't get crept on from the Countdown side. Really play the time. Do have a lot of utility, and take a look at all of the heals that they were able to farm back over to here. So this is a good spot for them to just try and farm up. And we're still sitting on blues for Clane and for Kenny. The EMP should be coming up shortly for him as well. That's just going to be free charges for him as a defensive bombardment goes down on top of them. Surprisingly enough, right now Xset full focus onto this side. Again, I want to see someone at least keeping an eye on their back.
There's also a high chance that the zone ends here too. We've seen many endings over towards this building, and it's very, very popular. So this is the perfect spot for Xset to be in. We'll see if they can end how they started with a big dub over here. And maybe it's Kenny in this drone that actually has to watch their back. Oh, no. Hello. Got to get inside for that one. Interesting turn of events. But yeah, I mean, Kenny could be doing some weird stuff like putting his drone over towards the side really high into the air and just keep an eye on the sky for that whole side. But it looks like they're really thrown off by the res that was trying to happen by Aves. That's why we saw a defensive bombardment. That's why we've seen the second bubble go down over there. They weren't able to hit that res. They realized that it's way too hot of an area even to get that res. And now they finally are able to take Aves down. But that's how you do it. You do want to send Clane over there. He's the Wraith. He can queue back. And fortunately for them, nobody else collapsed over towards that side.
They also have access to the beacon, and so they'll be able to hit that with the drone as it comes up in a few more seconds there and get us the next ring information. Here's Team Pringles. With the third ending basically in this general area, we've seen, of course, the power positions playing the cards, playing the building just to their west as well. Nice shots out from Phony. Only hits a 2 on that last one, but still. He's getting closer and closer, charging up that Evo shield for himself. And there we go. Get the blue. It's 90 damage off. You might as well. One full connect will get you that purple.
And you can see they're just stoked to stand here and charge this thing up. There's nothing more annoying than getting charge rifle across the map and having to use some cells. Meanwhile, Splash, they've slowed down after the first 2 games. They had around 26 points. Not currently sure where they're sitting, but overall, I believe they had enough to take over that 4th place to avoid the relegation over Team Pop-Tart. So this is still a big game with just a few weeks left here in Season 3. Their outside survey looking in, scan is going to reach because that thing still is very, very further than it should be in terms of distance. And Gibby's going to end up backing off. Fearing's going to end up backing off as well. It's going to be most likely another Valkyrie rotation come through. We've seen more Valkyries getting added and added as the day went on.
Yeah, they can try to gatekeep all they want. 303 though in the fight, just outside of frag. Good damage out from Kaflon here. Will toss in, but as he goes for that peak, he does get cracked and is going to be forced back down onto the low for now. He can retake that at any point with his passive, of course. It's a caustic team on the other side, so they're going to want to keep their range. They're going to want to poke until they get the knock and then go for the full commits here, especially with the angles that they have set up for themselves. Looks like a defensive bombardment will go down, forcing Kaflon out. He actually gets tagged on his way down, and Escape gets cracked and might be forced to bubble early on. We'll see the aggression coming out from the other side as the Nox gas grenade falling just a little bit short, and Kaflon will be able to back away from it, but here's another defensive bombardment. This time it's got to be from Escape here, as he's just trying to cover the retreat. So 303, giving up a lot of ground now, playing off the train tracks up against the squad.
Did that Nox gas grenade go through the wall, or is that just me? I felt like Kaflon thought he was safe. I thought he was safe. Then he starts eating some health damage, which he's yet to heal up yet so far. So unfortunate for 303 there that they couldn't capitalize on what looked like to be a pretty decent situation, but there was a lot of good going on to cover Escape to make sure that he didn't have to use all of his resources and that he didn't actually go down because he ate so much damage. Kaflon stopped his heal, decided that he wanted to take the angle, and then had the presence of mind to get back to his team. And that's not very easy to do all in such a matter of a couple of milliseconds. So they just made some really tough split-second decisions, and giving up on a fight like that in the final game where you need a lot of points, sometimes you just want to stick it out. But it looks like I was wrong, and the teams are really slow playing this game. Typically in Game 6 on Open and Pro Day, we will see an all-out bloodbath, but this has been a more methodical finals type of game.
Will it be a bloodbath for TSM here? Remember, this is where they went down in game number 5. Have a team poking their head out from inside that train tunnel right now. Hal does have that jump pad if they want to try and get aggressive on it. It's all about the snipe down, have the scans for them. Trying to push into that tunnel can be extremely difficult because of all the corners you have to play off of, but it's just going to be a redeploy coming out from that squad to get out of here and just avoid TSM. Cloud9 finding themselves on the kill feed right now as they do take out turns. They might be getting themselves involved in some action, as you can see. Oh, the blood splatter coming out there, but no knocks onto that squad. They safely make the rotate on over and might even be able to get a free drop.
I love how Hal was waiting for the shields to get popped before he started shooting so he could secure the kills, make sure that he wasn't wasting all of this ammo, because we know how much he loves to go through his ammo. And right now, what seems to be a lot of ammo actually isn't. 180 shots really isn't going to do much once you start laying down these full 30 clips that he has. So have to be smart about the ammo conservation here, and maybe even dropping this weapon for a crate weapon if you can get towards it. There are 2 teams in the vicinity plus multiple charge rifles in the area, so it may not be that easy to get to.
It was Team Sheesh that made this rotate in. They're going to be controlling the south side of the next zone. Timmy poking his head out, considering maybe even going for the drop himself. But like you mentioned, Tom, there are plenty of teams in the area. He's getting checked by all of them, but he's still going to go for it now as he peeks out. Was there a team inside this card? I thought there was, but it looks like it is free for them.
Yeah, I was like 100% sure that there was a team in that cart, but either way, they're making their way over there, and that is going to be Timmy's. Gets the alternator instead. See who's going to be able to do with that. Great tracking there from Tech. Unfortunately, not able to get the knock, but still putting down a ton of damage. He's also going to have that passive healing up too. Era's been on fire. Really, Stunny's been playing really well. Bowser started off really hot with the wingman, and we saw Tech there was no joke with the shots as well. This is definitely a team to be reckoned with in terms of their fighting and their skirmishing, and now they're in a pretty decent position over towards this countdown side.
Yeah, Bowser definitely a great addition to the squad for him after moving on from Renegades here, but you're seeing now it's going to be a hard pull into countdown this time around. So a lot of the teams on the south are going to have to start moving. Timmy's squad, Team Sheesh, are pretty happy playing that choke for now. But eventually, Era might turn their head to come in for the third party if they note that there are trades going on over there. So they're going to have to keep a constant eye on this one. Another team that we were talking about before, I believe, who was it? Exet are holding that north house on Lava Fissure side. So again, having the strength of that position, being able to play the flex on the ring pull, is going to work out in their favor once again. Buildings are still in over here at Skyhook. As you can see, Cloud9 are trying to poke and prod. It's going to be Team Liquid on the other side of this fight.
We also have the scan there so we can see exactly where that zone is going to be going for C9, and I want to know what the play is going to be, because you were just talking about Team Liquid being over there. There's probably going to be even more people over here. This is how the Skyhook game kind of goes, right? The teams fight for these buildings, and then really that team in the big construction building kind of has the high ground and the big advantage going forward, because you always have to run past that. And this is going to end up being the play. I'll really going and taking to the sky is going to redeploy. Where's available, though? This is always the most important part. You have about 10 seconds to decide exactly where you're going to go.
Oh,
if
no.
you pick the wrong spot, you could end up dead.
Oh boy, okay, they note that Xset are actually in that house right now. They're gonna go ahead and turn around and play the low ground here. Zach's already set up the position for himself. No bubble quite yet, but the Arcstar's coming in and might force it out as Zach does get tagged by something. They're just gonna hold on to it for now. Albert Laley goes down low as the Nox Gas grenade goes in. He will fall. That's gonna be fun picking that one up. Team Liquid just pick him apart. Now Cloud9 are left reeling, trying to recover in this position. Bubble's already been used for Zach Mazer as well. There's a defensive bombardment that's going to allow them to recover the banner at the very least, but he's getting shot up from the high ground. Does not have the bubble, but he does make his way into the safety of that low ground now. Now they have to constantly worry about Team Liquid pushing into the low on them. Here's Pop-Tarts, though, one of the squads that was looking down onto Cloud9, trying to take them out, but they themselves have to be careful. Era end up taking out the Knights, end up pushing their position, and just in time as well, they'll be able to recover. Now where do you play? This is such an awkward circle for so many teams alive.
It is, and you see, again, the presence of mind to put the armor swaps down for the reses, and it's just such a nice gesture for your teammate. When you get the res, then you immediately don't even have to get inside the box and pick that one up. Love when that happens. And they did it so smoothly in terms of executing the team fight that they didn't really have to worry about the third party that much, especially based on their positioning. Triple take high ground is going to be doing serious work here for Tech, and we've already seen what he's able to do with that L-Star, so expecting big things for him and expecting this to be a fairly big game for Era. I mean, we've seen them be decently in the running, and we'll see how far they can actually take this one with the new addition of Bowser. He's been so good at calling zones, but this could be all that she wrote is Pop-Tarts. They walked into basically a brick wall of Pop-Tarts and a bunch of caustic gas.
There's like 5 teams right now trying to rotate in from this similar spot. G2 are holding that north as well. We'll see. Stunny is just holding the angle as Pop-Tarts are looking to push up. There is the bubble for them as they move on out. Big connect out with that. But he's getting stuck on the player on the ground, and he might actually go down to the ring. He does, and oh my goodness, what happened, Lion? Oh boy, Z Davis is the only one up now for Pop-Tarts, trying to survive for as long as we can. We've hit the top 10. It's going to be top 9 very shortly. 2 teams here stuck on the low as well. Another team showing up. That's going to be G2 Xset, finishing off Cloud9 in just a moment. That's Zach Mazer out. Z Davis showing up. He wants to get some kill points for his squad throughout all of this. Xset is still alive for now, but Clarify has gone down. But somehow, Z Davis, throughout all of this, is still alive.
He's sitting in double scans. You have the crypto drone right in front of you. You just got Bloodhound scanned over towards the side. The thermite was very nice coming through. The flatline shots connected as well. But can we talk about the best crawler knockdown shield player in the game, Lion? Oh no. He couldn't crawl over the player with the gray knockdown shield. That was tough to watch.
Yeah, this entire time you got someone just biting at your ankles, making sure you can't move, holding on to you. It's like when you're trying to leave and your dog, you know, is just like constantly like, I want to play. No, I'm leaving. I have to go to work, right? Here's Team Intel in a pretty decent spot, but I think they might be getting gate kept right now by Team Razor. You have to imagine that they're the squad inside that building. Typically for these circles, that's where we've seen them all night long. And they do have the tools to advance into this building, but they haven't cleared out their back. And so now this is going to be very dangerous. There you go. You can see exactly why they cannot push up onto this building quite yet. There's just too much presence of other squads. Looks like it's Charlotte Phoenix moving in to try and cut them off. Xset stuck on the low, trying to finish off Z Davis, who's got some movements, but he's got 3 teams looking at him. Found a small corner to play off of for now. Intel, though, need to go for the reset as the zone starts closing in on them. Team Razor are looking to shut the door on all these squads. Thermite out, but this nade did get in, and he has to give up that door for now, but he's doing the damage. Nox gas grenade has made its way on in, or did it get canceled? What happened there? As now Team Razor trying to hold them all out, and they get the knock onto Dupe. They do back away in time, but they lose out on one. Baby Thule has fallen here as Hakulo has to run into the gas or into the zone. Team Razor, everything falling apart for them. Zeratricky, the only one alive, find a small corner inside the zone to try and reestablish himself. But he is a solo now, I believe, in this game. There's the Thirst. No, it's going to be a duo along with Zeratricky. We got Team She still alive and Team Pringles.
Finicky's is going to come around the corner and finish off Rat versus Rat. Take the kill lead as well. Sheesh now on the low ground, and you can see the high ground being played, like you said, by Team Pringles. But what a job by Finicky. I mean, he stayed alive throughout all of that, picked up some extra kills. Now Sheesh going to go and try to make some sort of mountain play and get up on the ledge temporarily. But I'm really impressed with Finicky. I mean, it's tough to go take down Zeratricky in a one-on-one. He took that corner, took that fight. But speaking of taking fights, Timmy immediately onto Phony. They're looking for some more. It's a 2 versus 1 situation. And Finicky's going to be able to pull this one off. The Fists of Fury, possibly. Finicky's probably going to be in the vicinity as well. Gold armor for Timmy. Can he get the armor swap? He picks up a red as well. This is absolute madness for the 1v1.
Oh, Timmy's cracked. Oh, he's got 20 HP, and Finicky clutches up for Cheez-It to get the final win of the day. What a way to finish it all off in game number 6. Timmy clutches out fight, but it's not enough. Finicky's still alive. What a crazy game number 6, Tom.
And it all started with that 1v1 with taking down Zeratricky around the corner. And then Timmy goes absolutely nutty with it. I was wondering how many armor swaps were going to be along the way. It's nice to see Team Sheesh pulling out a top 3 performance, make that a top 2 performance to get on the board right there. But hats off to Finicky. It's very rare that we see a Rat win the game right there.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of Pro Night here for Intel Week right after this break.
Hey, what's up? I'm Verholst, and if you want to win, you gotta go Intel.
That means he has to reload. That means resources have been spent. And that means you have an opportunity to push up into the roll. So where's the rest of the pressure coming in from Intel? Dupe's going to get knocked. The rest of the players starting to push up on RKT's side, and it looks like Intel is going to take the game.
But Intel will be able to secure this. Cheez-It are knocked out. They need to get Duke back up. The third party is already showing up. Great damage out with this EVA 8 from Verhulst.
If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snack. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
No better way to finish off the day than the rat clutch from Team Cheez-It. Finicky able to pull out the victory, taking down Team Sheesh, and it's Timmy to grab the win to close the day. Not sure it's going to put them in any sort of significant jump in the standings, but still that is a feel-good dub to grab to close out Intel Week. Let's check out our final player of the game here, and it's likely, I'm thinking, yes, Finicky. And wow, not only does he grab the last kill for the win, but also had 6 kills in the game and almost 1,500 damage. No assists this time around, but that's still a very good performance from Finicky, from Team Cheez-It. So a solid result to build on there at the end of the day. And going into next week, they're going to look to do a lot more of that. So congratulations there to Cheez-It. We'll have to see how things shake out on the Mobile 1 leaderboard here in a few minutes. Obviously, G2 was feeling really good. Team Razor was trying to catch them, but I don't know that they were able to do enough in that final game to close the gap. We're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, we'll check out the Mobile 1 leaderboard, our final high performance moment of the day, and then I'll be back to close the show. We'll see you in a few.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the release. I was only about a week late into the release, and I started playing because me and my friend was bored, and we saw the game just came out, and we wanted to try it.
That for now. Bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push him for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock.
The role I perform for my squad is the main IGL. I IGL with Skittles. He has amazing calls, so we probably IGL together. He's a co-IGL. And I'm a support / fragger. I either run in first with my Gibby Dome, or I'm supporting one of my boys with R301 from long distance.
Huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off as the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
The main legends I usually play in competitive or ranked in Apex Legends is either Gibby, Wraith, or Pathfinder. I played them all at a high level, and I love all 3 of those champions. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E, and we're just waiting to find out who won the most. Was it G2 with taking the win tonight? Was it Timmy with the Oculus Quest? Or Finicky with a new YouTube video, How I Killed Timmy in a 1v1 to win Series E? We're going to find out in just a moment, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who walked away with the victory. I don't think anyone's surprised. It is G2 with 79 points overall, and Team Razor coming in second place with 62 points.
And, you know, Team Rice Krispie Treats, they're a winner for not getting goose eggs. So let's just give them a credit for their breadstick. All right, guys. I know it's been a tough day. All right. We'll get them next week. Maybe next week will be Rice Krispie Treats week. But it was a fun Intel week, and we saw a lot of really great plays from not only G2. Team Razor played phenomenal. Benchwarmers played well yesterday. It was a really good week.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun as well, especially in that last game. So once again, congratulations to G2 for taking the win. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 6. It was absolute insanity. Team Sheesh going for that redeploy, dropping right on top of this squad, and it was so close. But you can see the alternator putting in work here at the end.
It was, and then the EVA 8 into the armor swaps, the punches coming through here in the bubble here very shortly as well. Timmy basically finishing off all 3 players right here, and then going for that gold armor swap. Finicky making his way around the corner. He's ready. He's already got the description writ for the video. He's so stoked, ready to pump this one out. And there it is. He should be finished here very shortly. Nice job by Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, you take those dubs. You take those dubs every day. They ended up putting about 39, 40 points on the board for themselves, and so it's going to be important moving forward when we take a look at the cumulative leaderboard later on. But yeah, what a way to finish it. I mean, it was pretty tough for Team Sheesh, I would say, through games 1 through 5. But here it is, the cumulative leaderboard. So Team Cheez-It now really starting to put themselves into the running. They're just 1 point down from Rockstar. Both of these squads, along with Team Applejacks, are just keeping an eye on Pop-Tarts and Splash right now. And Pop-Tarts do take back that spot away from Nestle, or actually do take that spot from Nestle Splash. And the point difference, it's not that high. It is not that high at all, Tom.
It's not. I'm really looking forward to watching those 2 teams kind of duke it out, because we saw Splash take it just temporarily. We saw some really great plays. It looked like they were going to continue to snowball, and Pop-Tarts was going to continue to fall down. But all of a sudden, we see Z Davis ratting out, making some really good plays. Lions getting griefed by knockdown shields over down towards the bottom of the map. So I'm pretty sure he's going to come back with an absolute vengeance. I'm counting Lion as my next week MVP here for Series E.
Yeah, we have 4 more weeks of Series E left. It's coming down to the wire for the teams on the bubble, so you're not going to want to miss any of the action. We'll be picking up once again next week on Tuesday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for our open night, so keep your calendars clear. For now, we're going to go ahead and send it over to JC to finish out the show. Go ahead and take it away, Yeso.
Thank you, Jamerson. Great work, as always, gentlemen. Fantastic cast on the day. Always love listening to you guys break down all the moment-to-moment gameplay there. And 6 action-packed games today definitely delivered. Was very fun to watch, and congratulations to G2 grabbing a victory here tonight. Again, I mentioned towards the beginning of the show that this was a squad that dominated the start of Season 3. They won 3 straight pro nights to kick things off, and they grabbed their 4th of the season here. So big win for them. And G2 looking like one of the strongest teams in the world right now. Definitely one of the strongest in North America. We'll have to see how that continues the rest of the season here in Series E, and when we go over to the LGS Pro League very soon. Super excited to see how that breaks down. But that's going to be the end of Intel Week, everybody. Final reminder, get in on the giveaways. If you guys missed any of the action either tonight or last night, we will have Final Circle, our recap show, where I'll be going through everything in Series E, as well as the Apex community as a whole. And that is live right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena every single Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific time, so you're not going to want to miss out on that. And as Jamerson mentioned, we'll be back again next week at 4 p.m. Pacific for Week 9 of Series E. That's on Tuesday and Wednesday, so don't miss out on any of that. Folks, my name is Yeso. It's been a pleasure to host for all of you today. I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time.